we'll go by the old way. So thank you so much again. That video was fun, right? It was made with VO3. And of course, there are a lot of those capabilities we've been sort of covering today. But before we get started, thank you so much for joining us today, taking out time, being here. Welcome to Google for Startups, AI First Accelerator Demo Day of 2025 class. And today we are going to sort of have a bunch of exciting stuff. But before we get started, a couple of housekeeping stuff. We are going to live stream this. I think we're already live on YouTube. So folks who are joining online and waiting for a few minutes, thank you for taking out time to be here. Even though you can't be here in person, thanks for watching this online. And if you're sharing about this event outside on your social, please use our official hashtag called #Accelerator with Google. And also don't forget to tag us. We'd love to sort of see and reshare some of these things on our socials as well. So we have a packed agenda for the day. As you can see, first half of the day, we have like keynotes and panels where we are going to cover like what's happening in the landscape, and also talking about some of the sharing insights from industry leaders, VCs, and DeepMind team, and talking about what's happening in the AI landscapes today. And then post-launch, that's the most important part. We have a bunch of 20 AI startups who are graduating from this program are going to present like what they built, the progress they made, and all the solutions. So please do join for that. And also they have booth outside. So in between, when you get a time, go and check out to experience that live. And we will sort of end this with networking high tea. So we look forward to having you all throughout the day and engaging throughout the day. Cool. So talking about Google for Startup Accelerator, as you know, we help startups solve some of the world's important problem by helping them to connecting with the right people at Google, sharing resources, and with the best of Google, right? At Google, we get the opportunity to work with some of the best startups and some of the very interesting startups who are making impact in people's life and also helping businesses across the world. So just to see one of those examples, let's watch a small startup video story and see how that sort of helping the startups to go from scale their business, etc.
If you'd ask any person, when was the first time when you were stressed? Most people say my first high-stake exam. Where that stress is coming from? It can be the lack of urgency that I had while I was preparing, a lack of quality teacher, a lack of high-quality resources. And personalized education is something that you have to do in order to first eliminate the stress level.
Whenever we went on to do something, it always felt like it's not big enough. We want to build a product which can be used by millions, something which will really make a difference in their life.
When we first saw these new AI chatbots, we were extremely convinced that it's going to be the start of designing solutions which will be more effective.
We didn't want the user to feel like they're talking to just another tutor. What they need is another friend who can teach them, who can wait for them, who can understand them and talk to them as much as they want. And when we saw that when we implemented Gemini, about 89% of the users rated that the answers are much more accurate and much more personalized. And then we saw this one review which got updated from 1 to 4. And now the review is saying it was bad before, but it's now too good. Key difference was we were using other LLMs before, and we started using Gemini, 90% of the users at that time.
Of course, when you do something for the first time at scale, you will not know most of it. And getting guidance on those aspects would ideally accelerate our journey.
Working with LLMs, it's very vague. You implement it, but you don't know whether it will work out or not because LLMs are not predictable. But when you have a person who's actually helped building it, that can give you a lot of insights. That's what happened with us because of Google for Startup Accelerator. Users started recommending us. We saw an increase in organic downloads. And we reached our 1 million installs goal much before than we anticipated. All because that the model that we were using was much better, and the users started to feel like they're talking to a buddy, which is what we wanted.
I started playing football 3-4 years back. I thought I'm good enough to, I can go professional. I used to get 41% in my midterm. My parents told me that you need to get more than 75% if you want to go to play football. I started taking studies a bit seriously, and then I found Zoo AI. First, I was asking one or two questions and it gave me the perfect answer that I wanted. I told him that I play football, and then it started giving football analogies in aspect of education also. Then using the app, I got 81%, so everyone was shocked. I feel good. It's a wonderful opportunity for me, so I'm happy.
There are a lot of things that can be done in order for kids to be more curious and less stressed about studies. We are firsthand seeing a technology which is coming that is going to solve this.
All right, that was a beautiful story of a startup called Zoo AI who went through our Accelerator program last year and made so much progress and making an impact in the people's life. And the user that you saw there is a real users who's benefited by the AI solution that it built. And we have so much of those stories coming in. You can stay tuned to sort of watch some of those stories in our socials as well. So talking about this cohort specifically, like 2025 class of our AI First Accelerator, the journey started with an in-person bootcamp like any other accelerator that we run in Bangalore. 1 week they went through very intense bootcamp in Bangalore, followed by 3 months tailored support. I mean, that's completely tailored based on the needs and the challenges they're facing, and we use OKR to sort of do that. And over the last 3 months, they made so much progress. And today they are here to celebrate, showcase some of those progress and impact they made. So let's, cheer for them. And big round of applause to all of them who's graduating from that program today. So before, just to kick off this officially now, I'd like to welcome Guru, who is a senior engineering director and at Google. He's also site lead for Bangalore offices. So I'd like to have him for opening keynote. So Guru, over to you.
Thank you, Paresh. Wow. A door opens and I come out. I almost expected like a James Bond style, hype song to start off. Ladies and gentlemen, good morning to all of you. Those of you who are from Namma Bengaluru, I already see that Bangalore traffic has claimed some victims. I see a lot of empty chairs here, so I know that Bangalore is doing Bangalore things in the morning. So, my name is Guru Bhatt. I have the great privilege of working for Google and also of being here to give you a little bit of an insight into what we're doing at Google and hopefully inform, educate, instruct you in what the future holds. Now, before I start saying anything, I want to recognize the amazing 20 startups who are our AI first class of 2025. A huge round of applause to yourselves. So before we move forward from this slide, first of all, what an amazing achievement. To start a company is no mean feat. And to be able to do it in this time with so much excitement that is in front of us, with all the different aspects that the intelligence revolution is bringing, it's truly remarkable. So thank you. Thank you so much for being a part of our cohort, and thank you so much for being here today. All the startups here have booths outside, they have demos, there's a lot going on. So all of you who are here today will get to experience talks from them as well in the second half of the day. But let me give you a few public service announcements before I start off. One, I've had an enduring love affair, or maybe it's a love-hate relationship with the clicker. So if you see me struggling with it, where some slide is not advancing, you know that the gremlins are at work and they're here to beat me. Hopefully I will beat them today. So let's see if it's love or hate that this clicker is going to give me. Second, as is my usual practice, I've asked that the doors be locked. Not because there are many people waiting to get in, but because many of you might want to get out. So I'm just kidding. But I hope you enjoy some of the things. Third, I will speak with a lot of passion around Google. My intent is not to sell my company. It's because I'm truly, truly excited with the work that we are all doing, that I'm privileged to be a part of. So pardon me my boyish excitement when you see me kind of almost giddy with excitement when some of these slides play out. With that, so we are here today because you're going to hear from 20 amazing startups and see the kind of impact that they are creating in the world. We have an interesting cohort. 45% of them are involved in building agentic AI solutions. 30% of them are building multimodal solutions. And then another 25% are working on interesting applications like building foundational models or responsible AI and many other meaningful parts of the AI ecosystem that are important to also build. So this is the makeup. But a little bit of context as to where we are, right? As humanity has progressed over the ages, just a quick show of hands. How many of you have read the book Sapiens? Many, many Sapiens fans here. Awesome. I'm a huge fan of the book, right? And you all know Harari, who in that absolutely amazing book, as well as the accompanying graphic novel, if you don't have it, you should buy it. It's amazing. Talks about how humanity has gone through multiple eras of change. About 70,000 years ago, something changed in our DNA. We started to communicate with very structured language. About 10,000 years ago, we moved into becoming an agrarian society. We were able to settle down in places and truly solve our food supply issues. We went from being hunter-gatherers to being largely sedentary as a species. Now, whether it's good or bad is something that is a source of endless debate. But thanks to that happening, civilizations grew, a huge expanse of time passed by. Writing, something that some of you might do with the notebooks in front of you, is something that humans evolved only 5,000 years ago. And then about 200 years ago, give or take, we had the Industrial Revolution. So we had the cognitive revolution, then the agricultural revolution, then the industrial revolution. What is characteristic of those ages is that many of the people going through those revolutions at those times didn't quite have an appreciation that they were a part of some revolution, because the time scale was somewhat long drawn. Today, we are in the middle of what could be humanity's most defining change and revolution yet, the intelligence revolution. And all of you are contributing to it. The difference between the revolution that we are going through today and the ones that we've been through in the past is that we are fully mindful of creating that change right now. So it's incumbent on us to do it in a measured way, to do it in a responsible way. And so I think the startups that we have in our cohort signify and exemplify the best of what it is to be a responsible startup in this age. So once again, ladies and gentlemen, I would like you to give a big round of applause to yourselves. So at Google, we've had a singular mission that has guided us for the better part of nearly 30 years now. It's hard to believe Google is almost 30, it's like 27, 28 years old. We have had a mission to organize the world's information and make it universally accessible and useful. Now, what has transpired during that time, when that initial days when Google started in a garage to where we are now as a company, there's been a tremendous growth. We are a very successful company by all measures, but this success comes with a sense of deep responsibility, because the world has given us as a company a lot. We owe the world a lot as well. And so we want to be the world's most helpful company. We want to build helpful products. One, we want to improve knowledge, learning, creativity, and productivity, because human beings are remarkable in this ability to constantly keep ascending on this curve of tapping their potential. Whatever you think your potential is, the world has a lot more to take from you in terms of tapping into your potential. And Google wants to be the most helpful company in that regard. What are we going to do? We're going to build the most helpful platforms and devices. Through our platforms and foundational technology, we hope to help others innovate and grow. And in doing all of this, we want to do it responsibly, because we owe a debt of gratitude to humanity, because we are a successful company because billions of people every single day trust us with our products. I'm willing to wager that there's not a single person in this room who does not use at least one Google product every single day. And there's a huge privilege and responsibility that comes from working for a company that builds those products. So we are taking it very, very seriously by building AI in a way that makes it helpful for everyone. How do we do this? Obviously, we're a technology company. At the heart of everything we do is technology, and we want to build the world's most advanced AI top to bottom. We've got every layer of the AI stack covered internally in-house. We build every part of it, as you must be seeing in the news recently, where Google has been in the news for launching Ironwood, our 7th generation TPU. So above that, we've got our tooling, our models, applications. We've got a huge diverse range of services and solutions where all of this AI shows up as well. Not just that, we want our ecosystem to build on top of us as well. One, it starts with the Gemini app. Quick show of hands. How many of you are daily Gemini users? Those of you who are not, please try it. It is genuinely incredibly helpful. I'm one of those people who uses it on a daily basis. And in a myriad ways, it's able to help me get through my day much faster and in a much more fun way than before. Second, you've got AI mode. Those of you who haven't tried this, I urge you to. If you go to the Google search page, AI mode is one of the small buttons that shows up. If you want to do really deep research on some topic that you want to get knowledge about, you're not looking just for information, but you're actually looking to grow your knowledge in something, try AI mode. You will be very, very surprised. Underpinning all of this is Gemini again. Third, I'm no expert at this, but I really wanted this slide to build. You already saw an example when Farish presented that video that was created through VO3. Flow is a tool for the creative types. There is no end to the kind of surprise, delight, and sense of awe that I feel when I see some of these tools in action. I cannot believe that I am lucky enough to be alive at a time when advances like this are happening on a daily basis. Earlier, you used to measure progress in terms of, oh, this decade we had something. Here, it's every single day. Especially when you work at Google, it's a front row seat. And I'm constantly amazed at how much is happening. Every single day. This is one of them. Flow. Gemini is available on a multitude of devices. Super helpful everywhere. I constantly use it, including on my watch. Quickly, inspiration, something that I want to take as a note, or maybe I want to put a reminder for myself. All I have to do is speak into, tell Gemini to do it, and it gets organized. The number of things that Gemini handles behind is quite significant. And for those building on top of our models, all of this is also automatically available to you. The latest in this frontier is our efforts around extended reality. Android XR is a product that was built in the Gemini era. Different form factors, all the way from video see-through headsets to AI glasses. This is a set of products that will start becoming a part of our daily lives. How many of you were old enough to not have a cell phone in your teenage years? A lot of young people here. And then a lot of bold people who are also like, I'm old enough and I'm proud of it and I'm going to admit it. I'm very much there, right? When phones started to become a thing, when, I had this vague nagging feeling, oh my God, I have to be in touch with people all the time. Like there'll be this expectation. Maybe I'll, postpone it as much as possible. Guess what? The world moved on. having a cell phone is no longer optional. I mean, maybe it is, but truly to be a functional human being in this world today, I think a mobile phone is something that you cannot live without. And preferably, if you ask for my preference, it would be an Android phone. So this is the world we live in today, right? I see some people nervously putting their iPhones back in their pockets. Don't worry. Our products run on iPhones as well, so we are covered there. But I used to work in the Android team, so I'm a little passionate about my products. So we are always pushing what is the art of the possible through all of our work. Why do we do this? Not just because we want to serve the world as a company, but we understand that there are limits to how much we can do as one company. We want to enable others to innovate and grow on top of this. By helping developers and various organizations to build their products on top of our foundational technology, we believe that different people around the world, universality, that's an important part of our mission. That can be fulfilled only if we are able to bring other people into our midst. As we speak, there are over 13 million developers who are building on top of Gemini. Vertex AI continues to grow at an astounding 20x every single year. 9 of the top 10 AI labs in the world use Google Cloud. Almost every AI unicorn is built on Google Cloud. 60% of the world's Gen AI startups build on Google Cloud. We are justifiably very, very proud of this, and we also take this as a responsibility to continue making it better and better and better for all of you. In this room are several people who are building on top of Gemini. Many of our startups are, and I can't wait to see what all of you build. So we've progressed over the years. Many people think, oh my God, AI just happened from 2022 onwards. Well, guess what? From day one, Google has been an AI company. The scale of our distributed systems, the way we manage every single element in our stack, the absolute devotion that we have towards data, all of these have been a part of our DNA from day one. And so we've been building foundational models for over a decade. The Transformer paper, attention is everything. That paper came from Google. Pretty much all the top researchers in the world who are building AI today used to work at Google, even in labs like Anthropic or OpenAI. We have every part of the stack covered: infrastructure, research, models, tooling, products. So we're now shifting from building those foundational models. With Gemini 3, we are moving into an era of action. State-of-the-art reasoning and multimodality, regardless of what kind of, whether it's images, video, text, PDFs, whatever, Gemini can handle it all. We're also looking at dramatically increasing and improving our agentic coding capabilities. And the way our model is able to use tools and plan with end outcomes in mind makes it a truly agentic platform. So Gemini 3 is our most powerful model yet. It is built foundationally on agentic reasoning and multimodality. It is available in multiple products. We've already showcased it in multiple products, including Nano Banana Pro, which I'm told you have an opportunity to create your own epic picture outside. So you should try it out. If you haven't tried it out, you should try it out. It is remarkable, it is surprising, it is delightful. And I would love for all of you to kind of play with it and see what can be better about it, provide feedback, but also enjoy it. So there are many, many products where Gemini 3 is already live, many of our products, and we are also have also released it as a preview release. Many people in this room are also building on top of Gemini 3. Here are some of the early developers. One of our alumni startups here, Presentations AI, you'll see a small logo on the right side of this picture. They are also one of the Google startup alumni. So they're also building on top of Gemini 3. Now, for the developers in the room, if you haven't played with it, I urge you to. Google Anti-Gravity, I played with it recently. It is truly stunning. So it's a development platform. It enables our developers to operate at a higher task-oriented level. You can manage multiple workspaces. The IDE is very familiar and what you're used to, but the capabilities have been, I don't know, 10,000x. You should really try it. It is absolutely mind-blowing. If you're a developer, you're going to love Google Anti-Gravity. I felt truly like I was floating, and I wished I was an individual contributor again. So now when we come to Google for Startups, why do we do this? We have been in this business of supporting startups because one, we started as an extremely scrappy startup. Couple of our core values as Googlers is one, hustle and have fun. Another is stay scrappy, build helpful things. These are all kind of problem statements that startups are automatically drawn to. And so we are drawn as a consequence to helping people who have passion around these kind of problem statements. We want to enable your innovation and growth. There is an ever-growing startup ecosystem, and Google is committed to supporting through various programs that we've taken. We've got Startup School, we've got Startup Academy, we've got our Accelerator. Through all of these different programs, we bring the best of Google to the startups. One, our people. We have one of the best talent-dense companies in the world. Having access to that talent could be transformational for many of you in terms of advice, in terms of expertise. Second, the network that we have. As a large company with means, we have a tremendous ability to tap into our network. That is something that startups that participate in the Google Startups program get. We also have amazing research, we have amazing technology. So all of these we want to bring to bear for the startup community. That's the reason why we do it. While we have this slide up, right? Faresh, we've got Karthik, Vanya, we've got various people from the Google Startups and the ecosystem team. Can I have a big round of applause for the tireless way in which they work? So last week we released our Accelerator Impact Report. By the way, in case you're wondering why I seem to be rooted to the spot, X does mark the spot. I'm told that there's a live stream, so I shouldn't be like making dramatic gestures and moving from here to here. So in case you're wondering, like, why is Guru just standing in one place? There you have it. Last week we launched our Accelerator Impact Report. Here's the amazing thing. We have 1,700 plus startups who are part of our alumni. Today, after graduating from this program across the years, they build products and services that tackle some of the world's most pressing problems. Then, they have raised collectively $31.3 billion. It's an amazing number. That's phenomenal success. And to me, most hearteningly, beyond all of this money that they've raised and the impact they've created 109,000 jobs through their work. What a phenomenal impact, right? You are all part of this. So again, heartfelt gratitude and thank you. Now, coming more closer to home, India's startup ecosystem is no laggard. 257 of our portfolio startups have raised over $4 billion. They've created nearly 26K jobs. The numbers are here. They are across a wide variety of industries. Their impact is significant and growing. Heaven knows that we are a country desperately in need of solutions that can scale. The only proven way for humanity to scale anything is either through culture or through technology. And I believe that we are in the technology business for a reason, because the scale of impact that we can create is evident in these numbers. So again, thank you very much. Right? Now, you can download the report. Feel free to scan it. Don't worry, it's not a Google Pay QR code that will have you paying us for anything, not at all. This is a place where you can download the report. There's a lot of meaningful, very, very well presented information there. I think it'll make for some fascinating reading. If you want a pro tip on how to digest that information, how many of you are regular users of Notebook LM? Fantastic. I see a lot of very smart people in the room. Terrific. So Notebook LM, again, a Google product that I'm very fond of, is just mind-blowingly good. Those of you who haven't used it, I'm almost tempted to say shame on you. No, it is fantastic. You're missing something. So if you want to learn something really fast and be delighted at the same time, and even probably have a test created where you can be quizzed on the information that you just learned, there's an endless variety of things you can do with Notebook LM. So maybe you can pop this report into Notebook LM and get the insights pre-digested for you. So you can look at it. So it's an amazing body of work. So I urge all of you to take a look at it. This is an AI-first accelerator. We've been running it since 2023. This is the 4th cohort that is graduating today. 20 of you, every single one of you is using AI in inspiring and powerful ways. And over the last 3 months, all the startups who are going through it, the 20 that are graduating today, have leveraged the program. They've solved difficult technical problems. They've learned how to integrate Google's AI and cloud stacks, how to get go-to-market access, how to improve the products, how to optimize them, how to build them for scale by being connected to not just the products at Google, but also the people at Google, including amazing folks at Google DeepMind. You'll hear from many of them in the second half of the day, so you should definitely take a look at it. For us, our commitment to the startups doesn't end here. We, for example, earlier this year, we had an alumni event where we celebrated 10 years of contributing to the ecosystem through our efforts. We will continue to build the best technology. We will continue to be engaged. We will continue to support, nurture, and curate opportunities for all of you. That is a commitment that Google has, not just to the 1,700 that have already graduated from our cohorts, but also the 20 that graduate today. So, when I leave you with this, first of all, hearty congratulations. I have a few messages that may or may not have ambiently resonated throughout this, right? One, if you are in the VC ecosystem and are lucky enough to be in this room today, this is not a risk that any of these startups don't present a risk. We have a 96% survival rate. The numbers earlier spoke about the kind of funding that they've all gathered. These are validated opportunities. So this, you're getting in on the ground floor here in that sense. For us as Google, we are committed to supporting these companies with the technology that we build. And truly, we don't believe that we can build for the entire world just by ourselves as a company. It takes not just a village, but several villages. So we are in it for the long run. But for the startups, as I leave you with this, with a lot of gratitude for what you do, because it takes an ungodly amount of work to start a company, to operate it day after day, to come up, to show up, to grind through it. You need a tremendous amount of grit. But know this, you are changing the narrative arc of humanity. We are in the middle of a revolution that is going to be unlike any other that humanity has seen. Several millennia from now, people will point to this as being an extremely important part of humanity's history. All of you are in the driver's seat, actually shaping and designing that destiny for humanity. What an amazing time to be alive, and what an amazing responsibility to have. So please continue what you're doing. Please continue leveraging us at Google. We truly not just value you, we admire you, we are constantly inspired by you, and we will do better because of you. So thank you very much, and go out and win the world. Thank you.
Thank Thank you so much, Guru, for that insightful keynote. Hi, everybody. Good morning again. I'm Anjoli Eapen. I'm an operations manager, and I'm lucky enough to be gotten the chance to work with these 20 amazing startups over the last couple of months. I'm so excited for all of you to get to meet them over the second half and learn more about their journey. But in the first half, post the keynote, we have a panel discussion, and we've also got a bunch of exciting folks on board that I'll also introduce. But to talk more, the theme of today's demo day is actually AI's next wave, experience the future. The reason being, all these 20 startups and what they're building, they're basically building for the future. And talking about the panel topic in particular, it's from AI first to AI impact, which is basically the roadmap to 2026. So as we celebrate the AI first class of 2025, we're also looking ahead at the AI Impact Summit in February 2026. This particular panel bridges that gap where we move beyond the hype of capabilities in terms of what models can do to the reality of impact in terms of what businesses can solve. So the conversation today will explore how Indian startups can transition from building cool tech to actually solving hard problems. Now to invite our 4 panelists on board, I want to kickstart with a very special guest who is Lena Emanuel. She's the co-founder and CEO of Brainsight AI. And the reason I say special is because she's also a Google for Startups Accelerator alumni. She was part of our cohort a couple of years ago, and we are so happy to share that Brainsight has actually been named the top 50 AI startups in the world by CB Insights. So kudos to Lena. She comes with over 20 years of experience in technology, international development, and business. And as you know, she's co-founded a product company that's focused on AI and 3D visualization-based solutions for diagnosis and prognosis of neuropsychiatric disorders. Thank you, Lena. I now want to invite Prateek Jain, who is a distinguished scientist and director at Google DeepMind. Thank you, Prateek. To talk more about Prateek, like I said, he's the director at Google DeepMind and a distinguished scientist who also co-leads long-term model research for Gemini, and he also leads the machine learning and optimization team. Thank you for joining us, Prateek. Next up, I want to invite Rishan Kapoor. He's the vice president at Peak 15. Thank you, Rishan. I think Peak 15 needs no introduction. Everybody in the room knows them. But to talk more about Rishan, while he's part of Peak today, he was actually a founder earlier, where he also served as the CEO of Topline, an AI platform that was used by Cloudflare, Dropbox, Canva, and more. Thank you for joining us, Rishan. And last, but definitely not the least, I want to also invite our moderator, Saurabh K. Mehta, who is the head of early stage startups for Google Cloud. He's going to be moderating the conversation today. But otherwise, as part of his role, he partners with technology leaders, CXOs, and business leaders to help them solve for their business outcomes. Thank you so much to all the panelists. Over to you.
Thank you so much. Thanks for that wonderful introduction. Congratulations to all of you, the AI first class of 2025. As you graduate, I know that this is not a graduation day, but more of a journey which is going to embark as you go and create impact out there in the world. And today's panel's theme is all about how we migrate from a AI first to a AI impact. Forward-looking, the AI Impact Summit in 2026, which is happening in February along with the Government of India. This panel will bridge that gap from building capabilities to creating impact. And I'm sure that the 20 startups which are graduating here today are the ones who are also going to play a very, very important role as we enter 2026. So we'll just start with a quick round of introduction. We'll go with the lady in the room first.
Sure, absolutely. First of all, congratulations to all of you. I'm very excited to be here. I'm Laina Emanuel, founder CEO at Brainside AI. And what we do is build cloud platform solutions to enable doctors to diagnose and prognose neuropsychiatric disorders much more faster, help in the rehabilitation of these patients much more faster. So this includes things like schizophrenia, bipolar, OCD, and you know all of this. Thank you.
Okay, over to you, Prateek.
Hi, I'm Prateek Jain. Congratulations to all of you. Really looking forward to the impact that you create out there. Personally, I work for Google DeepMind. I lead the long-term model design research for Gemini. And what that means is that we look out for what are the next set of capabilities we want to add in Gemini in 6 months to a year time frame. Personally, I'm very excited about making the models a lot more efficient, elastic, and reliable. And of late, we have been very excited about some of the directions in the space of thinking models and tool use-based models. Thank you.
Over to you, Rishan.
First of all, congratulations to the graduating batch of 2025. Very excited to see what you all are building. And thank you for the Google team for inviting us and having us here on this panel. My name is Rishan. I'm a part of the early stage investments team at Peak 15. Our firm has been investing and operating in the region for the past 20 years. We're multi-stage investors, so we invest everything all the way from seed all the way to growth investments. For the first 18 years of our life, we were called Sequoia India and Southeast Asia. And over the last 2.5 years, we've had an independent brand and identity, which is Peak 15. While the brand is new, we're equally, if not more excited to continue investing and powering the region. So super, super excited to be here.
Great. Thank you. Thank you for that introduction.
Thank you.
So before we kick off this panel, I just thought I'll set the context, what we are trying to solve for, what we are going to discuss. So as we entered, as we close 2025 on a high and we enter 2026, we've seen AI transforming significantly from day-to-day lives, from what it used to be in terms of solving for capabilities a couple of years back to where it is trying to create an impact. And I think the most important question, which is on everybody's mind today is, and whether you are a scientist in a research lab or you are sitting in a hospital or a clinic or you are sitting in an investment boardroom, is that what is that important thing which needs to happen in terms of a shift over the next 12 months where we move AI from being impressive to indispensable in our daily life? So that question first goes to you, Laina, if you could just give your thoughts around it.
Absolutely. I think for us, what we do is we work with patients, we work with doctors and hospitals. I don't know how many of you are working in healthcare, and AI is not something that they immediately take to in the healthcare domain. There are lots of regulations, lots of things that they talk about before they even adopt AI. But what we've realized is when you keep the focus on the patient, when you keep the focus on how you can change a patient's life, and you're able to show to a doctor the clinical impact of what you're doing, they are able to get over all of their reservations of what AI could do, what are the problems with AI, to be able to focus only on the impact. And so I think for everybody here, as long as you're focusing on the end impact, all the various different questions around AI adoption will get resolved by itself, according to me.
Thank you. Thanks for sharing your thoughts around it. Now, from a lens of a distinguished scientist, Prateek, what do you feel is the biggest shift that needs to happen in the next 12 months to move AI from being impressive to indispensable in our daily lives?
So first of all, I feel like already in certain parts, AI has become indispensable. So if you look at coding, I think at least in Google or at least in our teams, we see that now nobody really sort of codes without using our tools like anti-gravity. So it's already becoming indispensable. A lot of slide decks that I see are all sort of decked up with Nano Banana Pro. So it's already, I think, reaching that stage. But definitely there is a lot more to be done. And in particular, I think making models even more reliable, ensuring that they hallucinate a lot less, and making sure that they are able to go in a new domain and understand the tools and use the tools in a much, much better fashion. That's the bridge that I think that we need to cross, so that it becomes even more sort of reliable and just like works out of the box for whatever use case you have.
Thank you. Thanks, Prateek. And I'm sure that sitting in row 1A of innovation, I'm sure that day to day you might be seeing so many trends coming your way with respect to this big shift. Slightly moving from a lens of an investment boardroom, and where you get to meet so many startup founders, Rishen, what is that biggest shift you're anticipating which needs to happen for making this from impressive to indispensable for our lives in the next 12 months?
Yeah, I think the soundbite answer is organizations need to get better at implementing AI. But I think the truth, like there's a little more nuance to the truth, so to speak, right? Today, I think if you look at most AI demos, they are phenomenal. If you look at POCs, they're also exceptional. But when you tend to deploy these systems into the noise of production, it leaves a lot to be desired, so to speak, right? So I think for AI to become like truly indispensable, there are a couple of shifts that are needed. The first one is I think we need to get better at evaluating these systems, right? So today we're very good at objective evaluation. So what is my P90 latency? What is my throughput? What is my accuracy? So we're very good at all of that stuff. But what we're not as good at is the most subjective evaluation, which is if I've had a conversation with a customer through an AI agent, am I proud of that conversation at the end of the day? If I am working on a healthcare workflow, am I actually managing that end-to-end referral the right way? If I'm underwriting someone's insurance file, am I actually okay with how the underwriting happened at the end of that? So the subjective evals, I don't think we're as good at as we are at the objective side of it. And the second thing, which I think is a little downstream to that, is once you start measuring what kind of matters, you also have to have the muscle to continuously improve these systems once they're deployed, right? Like I think AI, unfortunately, is not that silver bullet that you can fire and forget and life is great for you. You need to continuously tune these models. You need to continuously evaluate these systems. You need to continuously wrestle them into submission so that you actually get the business impact that you care for. It could be increase in revenue. It could be reduction in cost. It could be increase in NPS. But you have to really work on these systems even after you deploy them. So I think those two things need to happen, which I'm kind of undermarking by saying that organizations need to get better at implementing AI.
Got it. And I'm sure that the founders from the early stage startups sitting here in this room will digest this fact that that is something which is very, very important for creating impact as we embark on this journey for 2026 and the next 12 months, which we are going to unfold. Slightly digressing on the topic, and I'm going to Prateek this time, and more so from a lens of a scientist again, rather a distinguished scientist. Can you talk about some of the work which Google DeepMind is doing in India, that is Make in India, to make Google AI more relevant for the India market?
That's a great question. I think in some sense, the mission for the Google DeepMind India is to make AI universally accessible. And there are then multiple components to it, right? So one is, can you make our models, like the Gemini model, to be much better in terms of multilingual conversations as well as multicultural understanding? That is, can the model talk in Haryanvi and can sort of answer questions about France? So that's in some sense a hard problem, and many times that's where the models tend to struggle. So we want to continue improving that. And we also want to make sure that the models understand the various cultural nuances that are present in different cultures, different contexts. So, for example, if you are building, let's say creating an image with Nano Banana, and you want to, say, create an image of a festivity, we want the model to naturally understand the context of the person and say that, okay, for them, the festivity might look more like a Diwali rather than, say, Thanksgiving. So understanding that nuance and building things around that is a challenging problem, but with the models improving rapidly, like we believe that we will be, we are already sort of solving these problems up to quite some extent, and we will continue to improve. The other aspect of it is making sure that the models are sort of democratic, where a lot of people are able to access them at very cheap cost, which means that ensuring that the models are efficient enough so that, the cost is low, but also then they can be deployed across variety of devices. So like, can my model work on high-end Pixel device, but can it also run on relatively low-end phones as well? So ensuring this sort of, adaptivity, elasticity, as well as efficiency of models is another key goal that we are pursuing. And finally, like ensuring that models are able to understand the different kind of tools and nuances that are needed in, say, Indian market, Indian context, and they are able to sort of, they come equipped with very strong knowledge about it and work almost out of box. That's the other sort of key direction we're pursuing.
Thank you, Prateek, for that insight, and I'm sure that there is more to it which we cannot share because of the confidentiality, but happy to see that a lot of such work is happening out here in India, right here in Bangalore, by the way, where Prateek works out of. So I have a question for Liana, and this is more about going about your journey with BrainSight, and I'm sure that when you and Dr. Imjim started off with this whole idea, it would have been quite a challenge in terms of how do you prioritize and manage the brutal trade-off between scientific rigor of what BrainSight was trying to solve for, and neuro AI was not really evolved at that point in time when you guys started off with this. And I'm sure we are privileged enough to be a part of that journey when you were just embarking on as a BrainSight, as an idea. And of course, the trade-off between scientific rigor and startup speed, which is more to do with survival, would have been a tough one. How did you guys manage it?
It was certainly a tough one. I think 2019 when we started was also, I think, around the time COVID started. And so there was this whole, like, the science was unknown. By the way, we are one of now 3 worldwide companies doing this kind of work. So we didn't have any precedent companies to look forward to in terms of our work. We were working in a place like India where the neuro was not really accepted. And neuro AI was just another level of complexity almost. And in addition, you had COVID. And so all of these were factors that we had to kind of struggle with. But the good thing is, I think we have a strong team which is very well balanced in terms of the fact that scientific rigor is equally important as is commercialization. And I think if you come and talk to our team, it's equally balanced. And so there are all of these questions and challenges and cross currents that are happening in the company about how to balance the two. What we did also realize, I think we also had the regulatory challenges, like how do you kind of go through the CDSCO, the FDA, etc. So what we've realized is there's a set of things that we build in speed which are not really the ones which are immediately going to the regulatory approval till we have figured out with doctors whether they really kind of would adopt it, whether it would actually show regulatory rigor in its accuracy. And then there was the regulatorily approved product which we were taking to the CDSCO, to the FDA, which was an amalgamation of all the amazing features that we had developed. So I think that's how we balanced the two.
And my follow-on question to that is that when did you really come to know that this product or the platform is good enough to be actually deployed on real patients?
I mean, I think, the initial work was built on Rimchim's PhD, where she had already kind of done a lot of work in NIMHANS. And so there was a core base on which we were building it. But then we moved into neurosurgery, where we today work with surgeons. I remember, I think it was hard. I think there were people in our team who had to stand in surgery rooms, engineers in our teams, who had to stand in surgery rooms and show the doctors the results of all the functional mapping of the brain. And here were neurosurgeons who had done this for years together. Here were engineers who had never been in an operating theater before. And in that space, they had to answer really hard questions. And then when you have the patients actually coming out with 0 functional loss, that was super exciting. Yeah.
Brilliant. I mean, mind-blowing.
Thank you.
Can I ask how many of them fainted?
I think I didn't ask that question. So.
All right, coming to Rishen, and I'm sure that with this whole evolution over the past 2 years, you would have met so many founders, so many pitches happening to Peak 15, and you've been in the center of all of it. So what are some of the key trends that you are observing in the AI investment and the funding landscape?
Yeah, as you put it, it's a rapidly evolving space, if I'm being kind. I think a few trends stand out for me personally. The first one is I think capital is becoming a little more discerning. So back in like 22, 23, anything that had like AI in its name, so to speak, was getting funded. And I think that was in part because there was exuberance in the market was a bit frothy. But I think it was also in part because we were just in the very, very early innings of what was happening out there.
Correct.
And as a consequence of that, you were only betting on potential, so to speak. You didn't actually know what production demand would look like. So it used to be very, very, frothy. I think that exuberance has died down a bit and it's become a little more discerning. Partly because cycles kind of change, and partly because AI is actually being used in production now. So you can look at organizations, you can more accurately forecast what the appetite to purchase something would kind of look like. I'd say that's kind of one trend that stood out for me. Another one is, I think we're actually seeing capital being deployed across the stack, so to speak, right? Like in my mind, at least, I view the entire ecosystem as a ladder, where at the bottom of the ladder you've got silicon, and at the very top of the ladder you've got like end user applications, and in between you've got developer infrastructure, you've got systems, you've got a bunch of things that kind of come. But there's really capital being deployed across the stack, and not just globally, but also over here in our country. I think for the longest time, India was very application centric, to an extent maybe developer tool centric, but there was really nothing happening in core infra, and especially not at the silicon layer. But we're seeing a ton of activity over there. So the entire stack has also become quite investable, which I think is an interesting thing for me to see personally, at least. And I think the last one, which I think is important for all the startups that are present here, and many of them I saw were B2B startups as well, is that a lot of demand has been pulled forward, right? I think most enterprises and most organizations are actually seeing early signs of success with AI. So something that would have taken 5 to 7 years typically to diffuse as a technology in any industry has really been pulled forward. And anyone wants to buy AI today. So there's just massive demand from the enterprise, something that I've at least not seen in the last 15 odd years that I've been working in software.
Interesting. And I think that's a very important cue to take for all the founders out here who are trying to raise funding in the future. That is what an investor lens looks at when we all go and pitch to these investment companies. So coming to Prateek, I think you've recently discussed the concept of long reinforcement learning, and we did see something similar on one of the slides of Guru of the evolution of Gemini 1, 2, and now 3. I think where models don't just react instantly, but take thinking time to reason through complex problems. Now, for the founders here, does this mean 2026 will be that year when we finally move from a fluent AI to a reasoning AI that can be trusted with autonomous decision making?
Certainly, I think like at least second half of 2025 was supposed to be the year of at least half the year of agents, and I think 2026 is also supposed to be that. And a lot of that is powered by these very long thinking agents or models, where what models can do is look at the problem, do a lot of discovery. It can sort of say that, okay, these are the things that I don't know about. Let me go and do discovery within the domain, get a lot of new information, put it in the context, again sort of understand that, ask some questions, and try to continue to sort of think more and more till it understands that, okay, now I am ready to answer this problem and take some sort of autonomous decision there. So would I say that are they working 100% and they are already at a stage where we would trust them completely? I think in most of the domains, no. But at that same time, given the rapid pace of progress, I do feel like in 2026 we will see that trend to emerge more and more. So people who are sort of looking to leverage that ability and who are building their products around that kind of ability, I think they will have certainly significant headroom.
Thank you. Thanks, Prateek. Lina, just coming to you, and the AI impact theme for 2026 is exactly resonating with the kind of work your organization has been doing. And definitely, creating an impact in a healthcare vertical, as you rightly said, has a lot of stuff to take care of, and it can get messy at times.
Of course.
FDA regulations, and actually you are trying to experiment with a human brain in the initial phases. So I'm sure that it involves regulations, skeptical doctors, and long cycles. You recently spoke about moving into a pharmaceutical space as well, and I was reading about it. What is the hardest part, you believe, is for transitioning to or translating a perfect AI model from the lab into a messy hospital workflow?
Right. Great question. And I think both the speakers here really talked about it, right? I think when you take an AI model from a lab where it's showing really high accuracy on a carefully curated data set of 10 years, where each person was tested for drug naivety and stuff like that, to a hospital setting where MRIs don't work, where we had to work with the simple fact that they didn't have a wire connecting the MRI to the MRI console, and then you had things like the fact that after you solve for all the logistical operational challenges in a hospital, the fact is that humans exhibit a wide variety of characteristics, right? And so a model which works in a lab setting doesn't necessarily work in a hospital setting. And what you need to do is to kind of create all guardrails around the model itself. The product needs to compensate for all the risks that you might be introducing for the patient. And I think that risk thinking and trying to, and building that in a set of engineers who had never been exposed to risk thinking in a healthcare setting is a challenge, and is something that we had to really develop in our team. And I think over time now they're going through the whole FDA process, and I think they've come really, really far in how good we are. Yeah, it takes time, it takes effort, it takes training to make that happen.
And I am sure that you are here for business, right?
Of course.
So how do you sell this innovation to a buyer who really cares about safety first?
Right. I think in healthcare, at least you have to really depend on your regulatory licenses to be able to show that you are safe. That's the first setting that you have to go through. Now, we sell to hospitals, which are B2B cycles, which are really long cycles, of course. And especially when you're selling an AI product, a cloud product, there are all these questions about everything from cybersecurity to how you're going to work with the hospital PAC systems, etc. So a lot of interoperability questions as well. So I think over the years, we've become good at every part of it. And so now, we are now in over 52 hospitals commercially, another 50 hospitals where we are already operating and where commercials are being discussed. So we've really scaled our operations over the years, and we've gotten better at every part of like showing cybersecurity, to showing regulations, to showing that we are bringing value to them. So yeah.
Very, very interesting. And I'm sure that it would be a pivotal theme for the AI Impact Summit in February 2026. Really looking forward to that.
Thank you.
Over to you, Rishen. I really wanted to understand this, and I'm sure the founders sitting here from the early stage ecosystem would also want to understand that way back in 2023, AI startups commanded a massive valuation premium, and I'm sure that you did give a brief view of it in your introduction as well. And as we head into 2026, has the premium evaporated? Are you now evaluating AI companies strictly on their SaaS multiples, that is their revenue or ARR? Or are investors like Peak 15 still pricing in potential overperformance? What do you feel?
It's funny that 2023 was long ago. It was 24 months. See, I think this is one of those subjective questions. Different people that you talk to, you will hear different opinions from. In fact, I'm sure even if you go back to our firm and you quiz more of my colleagues, you will hear kind of varying thoughts. So I can share what's my perspective over here, right? Maybe to begin with, like, why does a startup get a premium in the first place? An investor gives a premium to the valuation if they believe in the potential size of the prize on the other end, right? So I personally still believe that AI startups will be bigger than anything that we've seen before.
Okay.
And I think there are many reasons why that will happen, not among the least of which is that software historically, and we're comparing it to SaaS, which is why I'm kind of bringing software up. But software historically was enablement. So if you're buying software for your sales team, you're expecting a 15% efficiency unlock. If you're buying it for support team, you're expecting a 20% efficiency unlock, but you're expecting some kind of efficiency unlock on the core function for whom you're buying software. But through AI, the hope is it actually delivers the outcome and it's not actually efficiency unlock. So it's not necessarily just software spend that you're going to go into. Eventually, over time, hopefully we will also go into some amount of labor spend, right? So I think the outcomes will be bigger than ever before. So there will be a premium because it just depends on the size of the prize that you're betting against, in my opinion. Having said that, like I said, in 22, 23, you were only betting on potential because there was just nothing else to underwrite. You didn't see adoption of AI. You didn't see 100 hospitals using, AI-first systems to actually run patient care or patient delivery, right? That's happening now. So you actually have the ability to slightly more accurately forecast some of these things. So I think today, if you look at the companies that have the best revenue, the fastest scale up, the most efficient growth, the highest NRR, they're just bound to get the highest premiums. It's just natural, right? And everyone else will be valued on a more fundamental basis. Will it be similar to software? I disagree with that. I think there will still be a premium because you're still betting on a larger price. So there's a little bit of nuance over there, in my opinion.
So you mean to say impact will always demand premium over capability?
Absolutely. Absolutely. You'll be willing to risk 100 rupees if you can make $1 billion, but you might not be willing to risk 100 rupees if you make only 1,000, right?
Got that. Pratik, coming to you. At DeepMind, you work on solving intelligence to advanced science. We see a lot of startups today out there who are building cool applications that solve convenience problems. And wearing a hat of a founder now, how does a founder transition their mindset and their tech stack to tackle these hard problems which are difficult to solve, like scientific discovery, research, or complex enterprise optimization, compared to the cool innovation which AI has to give?
I think, again, it probably goes a little bit back to what Rishen was hinting, right? That is, you want to now go for situations where AI can deliver end-to-end outcome rather than providing small optimization. Right? Like that's where the main value lock will be. So, or unlock will be. So that means that if you are building your application layer, which is very close to already the current models, then slowly as the models become better, as they keep on getting more data, that whatever value you would have been able to provide with that application layer, that will just slowly go away. So from that point of view, I think we should think of these models as these very powerful tools that are already very good. They can sort of in some sense understand anything, natural language, but also a fair bit of code, math, multimodal. And in the next 1 to 2 years, they will become even better, more reliable, more powerful, more efficient. Cost will keep on going down. So as a founder, I think you should be thinking about that, okay, now that I have this incredible amount of intelligence with me, where the model can look at any image and understand what's going on, can look at any research paper, understand what's going on, can look at any very complicated piece of code and understand what's going on. I should be sort of now thinking what I can do with this which can change the world, right? And I see some companies and startups that are indeed going towards that. So there is Isomorphic Labs, which is trying to come up with these completely new ways of doing very accelerated drug discovery. There are companies like Periodic Labs, I think, which is trying to come up with this new age materials, superconductor materials, etc. So I think now we are at a stage where these previously completely sort of scientific fantasy kind of ideas can be solved, and that's where the main value unlock will be. So I think as a founder, you should sort of go for that significantly big prize rather than trying to sort of catch something which is there, might not be a lot of value, plus that value might evaporate in a few years.
Thank you. Thanks, Pratik, for those insights. Over to you, Leana. So I think as we look forward to the 2026 AI Summit, it is focused around, or centricity is around people. And your metric for success is different. It's not just about model accuracy, as you rightly said, but patient outcomes. And that is what is driving the passion with which your organization is marching towards the future. Now, can you share a specific moment or a case where you realized that what you are building is not just a tech project anymore, it is actually creating a real impact in human lives? What was that defining moment? If you could give an example of it, and how do you quantify the impact to your investors?
Great questions. I think on the first one, the impact piece, I think because our team works day in and day out with doctors who are at the cutting edge of saving lives, it's like a daily affair almost, right? And so on a daily basis, we are listening to doctors saying that, okay, this patient who had epilepsy, we did the surgery with your results, and the patient came out with no functional loss. They talked to us about how we can use this for Parkinson's, how we are doing it for stroke now. And I think every single day is a lot of stories, patient stories about how we are creating impact. And so, so I think to your question, I'm unable to pick up one, but I will go back to that one first time when we were at St. John's, and there was this child that was being operated for a tumor, and it was a very sudden onset of the tumor, and the parents, our team went to help the doctors, and they met the parents, and it was such a moment, and then after which the patient did survive. And I think our team felt the impact of what they were doing, and I feel like that was the first time they felt that what they're doing is not a cool tool; it's actually leading to patient outcomes. So, yeah, that was the first one, and I'm forgetting the second part of your question, really.
So the second part of the question is that what is that? How you quantify this impact when you go and pitch to your investors for raising the next round of funding? Because at the end of it, it is all about business as well.
I think Rishan will say, right? Like, I don't think the investors care about impact as much. They care about the fact that there's money on the table. They care about the fact that we will be making money in the future. And what we are able to show are those metrics. Impact is a side impact for the investors, at least.
Yeah, but really hats off to what you guys are trying to build and trying to solve for. Very, very inspiring story. Coming to Rishan, Peak 15 operates across geographies, and I know that you are one of the big bulls out there when it comes to the investor side of things. So we are seeing Indian founders lately, and I think it has been for a while now, with the whole AI impact, that the Indian founders are building apps right here in Bangalore or in India and selling to customers in the Western markets, typically the US market. Do you think the domestic Indian market has matured enough to support its own deep tech unicorns now? Should the founders look at the India market as well?
I think both paths are completely viable, which is build from India for the world and then build from India for India. And both of those paths are viable. Historically, people were excited about building for the Western market, and specifically, I would say US, just because the software markets over there were meaningfully deeper than what we had over here in India. There was also more appetite in large enterprises to engage with younger companies, buying cycles more well-defined. It was just a more mature ecosystem, so to speak. But I don't think that's the case today. I don't think India is a wait-and-watch market by any stretch of the imagination anymore. I think we've got enough problems over here that are worth solving in our own country. We have enough organizations that are willing to pay to have those problems that are solved. We have enough depth in our capital markets to actually support companies that are building to solve those problems. So I think we've already seen a bunch of IPOs this year. Of companies kind of built from our region, which were tech-first companies. But I think over the next couple of years, we will see many companies get to hundreds of millions of dollars in revenue building from our region, for our region. And thankfully, we have the public markets that will reward those companies and their teams as well. So I think we will very much see massive organizations built here, and I'm personally quite bullish on that.
Follow-on question to you, Rishan, is that through Surge, you see hundreds of early-stage companies. In the AI era, technology changes every 3 months. We all are aware of it, and we've seen that over the last 24 months. When you back a seed stage founder today, typically companies which are in their early stage of building products or platforms, are you underwriting their current product, or you are underwriting their ability to throw it away and rebuild 3 months before Series A? And how do you test for that specific kind of resilience?
Yeah. At the earliest stages of investments, you can never underwrite the product. What you're fundamentally underwriting is two things. First is just the team and their ability and rate of learning, and the second is the broad market in which they're participating. Because the product is just where you've started, you're bound to zig and zag from there based on customer feedback, based on what you learn, and really change what's kind of happening. So you're really underwriting their team, and in some ways the market, because often the market can change as well, right? Now, in terms of how do you evaluate that, honestly, it's hard. And which is why, most investors, including us, are more often wrong than right. Like that's the math of this business, so to speak, right? But we're looking for a few things, right? The first one is this team able to take feedback like scientifically and not personally? Whether it be from investors, whether it be from advisors, whether it be from subject matter experts in their field. Can they scientifically just objectively look at the feedback that's being given to them and not take it personally, right? The second one is, what is the pace at which they're being able to deliver and iterate? Like, can they make incumbents in competition really uncomfortable with the rate at which they're building software, so to speak?
Correct.
Right? And the third one is just have insanely low ego, because odds are the first version of whatever you build is not the one that's going to build a very, very large organization, right? You're going to continuously get feedback as you're out there in the field and you're building. So do you have the ability to throw away what you've built? Do you have the ability to agree that, the particular ICP you've picked was incorrect? Perhaps the early hire was the wrong person. So just having insanely low ego. Those are the kind of 3 or 4 things that we're trying to look for. But there's no science to it.
Correct. So you mean to say failures are welcome, but your ability to address those failures, come out of it, try to rebuild, try to re-innovate is something which you guys also look into when you are addressing this.
I think you will struggle to find any large, meaningfully successful organization that was built as a straight line from 0 to success.
It's always a sine wave.
It's always a sine wave.
Got it. So now I'm coming to a very interesting part of this panel. It is more about a rapid fire. And of course, in a rapid fire, you will always give an impromptu answer straight from your heart than your mind. That's what people say. So let's fast forward that we are in AI Impact February 2026. We are sitting in a forum like this in February. Now you need to fill in the blank. And my first question goes to Prateek. By 2026, the biggest solved problem in AI will be what?
I think it will be continual learning. That is, models' ability to continually, get more and more data in certain domains or about a person, and understand them better, and improve continually in whatever that particular domain. So, for example, as people use Gemini app more and more, Gemini app to understand more about the user and give answers that really understand them and customize to them. Or if, let's say, AI is working in an enterprise, continually looking at the data that is generated by the enterprise, the interactions that are happening with the model, and continue learning with that so that the models continually improve.
Got it. Rishen, the unicorn of 2026 won't be defined by valuation, but by?
I genuinely dislike the term unicorn. But I think for me, if that product or service breaks in production and their customer's life stops, I think that's what will define value in 2026. For instance, if BrainSight is not available, will the neuro department of that hospital stop functioning? That's what I think will define a successful company.
Over to you, Laina. The one sector AI will completely reinvent by 2026 will be?
Wow. I think it's in reinventing everything. I know healthcare best, so I think that it would. I think we will get smarter in healthcare with AI, and I think that's probably the one thing that I'm looking forward to.
Got it. So we have few minutes. Any questions from any of the audience? We can take 1 or 2 questions for any of our panelists because we are good with time. Anybody wants to ask anything to any of our panelists out here? We have ma'am sitting in the first row. Yeah. If you could just start with your name, your organization name, and then the question.
Hello. My name is Prachi. I'm a Zoogler, just starting a startup in healthcare space.
Wow.
But my question is not related to impact or technology. I have been reading a lot about AI bubble burst, and we are talking a lot about the technology and the potential and everything. So what do you think about it?
Love to see a Zoogler asking that question and trying to build their own startup. So your question, who would want to address that?
The question was, is AI a bubble?
Okay, Pratik. So I would say that, like, do certain parts of AI or like what's going on in the world, like, feels like a bit of a bubble for sure. Like, there are some places where it feels like a lot of hype is being created around something which is not solid, which is not that grounded. But at the same time, the reason this is, like, at least to me, this is not at all a bubble is because the entire, like, new capabilities that are being brought in the system by these AI tools is just previously unheard of. Like, I have been working in the field of machine learning or AI for almost 20 years. Even 5 years back, if you would have told me that something like this can happen, I would have said you are completely out of your minds. So I think there is definitely a lot of very solid capabilities and work that is being done, a lot of very important artifacts and platforms that are being built. And that's where I do feel very lucky to be in Google and in DeepMind, because we are one company that has, like, pretty much every part of this entire stack very solid, like, grounded. So we have our own chips, our TPUs that we are designing for our models. We have our compiler layer, Accelerator layer. We have our models. And then we also have the application layer where we are serving billions of our users for search or ads or YouTube and whatnot. So due to that, I feel like, yes, certain parts might be that, but it, like, based on whatever I have seen and based on the potential, like, this is a technology which is definitely changing the world in big ways. So there will be something, like, after a few years, the world will look very, very different. Like, the way things are being done, they will look very different.
Rishan, you want to add anything from an investor lens perspective?
Sure, I can add my 2 cents. First thing is, I don't know if I'm smart enough to even tell you if it's a bubble or not. But I'll tell you how I kind of see it. The first thing is, I think, to Pratik's point, the technology is very real, and the products being built on the other side actually work and they actually deliver value. But then we've got this complexity, which is human beings as social animals. We are definitely taking this technology, at times building vaporware and trying to sell it to the enterprise and make money on the other side of it. We're definitely mispricing assets. We're definitely over-investing in things. So all of that is happening. But does that mean the entire thing is a bubble? I don't know. Will money be lost? For sure. Will value be created? For sure. Will companies be built? For sure. Will some companies fail? For sure.
Thank you.
Hi, Saurabh, this side. So my question is targeted towards Rishan and partially...
If you could just give your name and your company.
So this is Tushar from Vani Research Labs. We are building the complete infrastructure as well as foundation models for voice AI. So it's a research-focused company. And my question is also focused towards that, specifically to Rishan. Rishan, raising our first round, the last round that we raised, it was so hard for us to raise that just because of the sheer proof of concept that we needed to give to our investors, because coming from a research background, most of the Indian VCs that I pitched to always asked me for numbers, for MIS, for traction, for how many pilots we are running, and all those like business metrics. So I found it very hard to raise our first round, which is not that significant check as well. So, and when I talk to US-based investors or maybe Singapore-based investors, they have a higher risk appetite to back the research-focused companies whose ROI may start maybe a year after. So that is for you. And for Pratik, so just how Demis started DeepMind, and first early days were also very difficult for them. and then of course they got a lot of support from Google and went on building a very big venture. If you were the one starting DeepMind today as a founder, maybe another co-founder, just 2-3 people, as a research-focused company from India, what would you do? Yeah.
Yeah, so I think there are a few questions there. I'll try and break and answer it, but Prateek, you should definitely take the second part of it. And sorry, I missed your name. Tushar. So Tushar, I think, it is hard to paint everyone in an industry with the same brush. So I'm sure you will find people in India who are even at the earliest stages of you building a company when it's, 2 people and an idea and seems like a nutty enterprise are asking you for, 5-year DCF statements. But I'm sure you will find other people who will truly believe in your credibility, your caliber, your idea, and will still be willing to back that. And I think the same will happen when you go to Singapore also, when you go to US as well. So you'll have a mixed experience no matter where you go. So I think it's very hard to paint the entire region with the same brush, so to speak, right? Like I'll be selfish here for a moment and I'll talk more about Peak 15, so to speak. But for instance, we were investors and shareholders in a company called Pine Labs, which recently went IPO. We were shareholders in that company for over 17 years. So there was no urgency to say that in year 3 it has to be profitable, or year 5 it has to be a unicorn, or in year 10 it has to be the market leader. Like we were shareholders for 17 years and it only recently went IPO, and we continue to be shareholders after that, right? Similarly, on the flip side, we were early investors and shareholders in a company called Sarvam AI, which much like you was a research lab. And at the time it was just 2 founders, right, with an idea. So we can have a conversation after this. We should connect. Maybe there is some nuance over here in terms of who we're speaking with, what we're positioning it. There might be some nuance that I'm not necessarily aware of. But what I will say is I think you will find, belief of faith capital in India also. You will find it in US also. You will find it in Singapore also. But you'll have to kiss a lot of frogs before you kind of find that one person, I think.
Prateek, your thoughts? Yeah, so Tushar, first of all, thanks for the question, and also congratulations on Vani. Like I very briefly looked at your mission statement outside, and it looks fantastic. In terms of thinking about what kind of DeepMind or long-term research organization that I would like to build, I think I have probably already sort of hinted at it earlier. That is, what I feel is that now that we have these amazing tools at our disposal, what I would want to do is to see if we can use these tools to go for something which is something in the scientific discovery domain, which is completely unheard of, which would earlier people would have thought would take at least 15 to 20 years, if not say 50 years. That's the type of thing now you can put on steroids and accelerate very, very rapidly. We already have in some sense examples of some of that. For example, AlphaFold is one such technology which speed up these protein folding problems significantly, where one PhD student, very, very bright one, would sort of maybe figure out maybe one protein structure. Now, within few hours, you can sort of solve that problem. So I feel like something in that space is what I would want to do.
We can take one last question, yeah.
Hi, panel. My name is Manoj. I'm a founder of Orbo AI. We are in the beauty tech space. My question to Prateek, recently I came across a post where a gentleman actually used Nano Banana on an egg product, where there was one eggshell was broken, and he prompted Nano Banana to say that, hey, create an image with 5 eggs broken, and it created the, a super realistic image of that. And then he sent it back to Swiggy saying that, hey, look, I've got broken eggs from you.
That story is viral, by the way.
Yeah. I was just, trying to get his hypothesis on that. So there are models which are, fingerprinting the images and so on and so forth. But there are existing models which are not detecting the AI, the image being generated by AI and so on and so forth. So what would you like to say about this thing? I know we as an Indians are very creative and jugadus, and, we figure our way out to make sure that work gets done. But how are we looking at this? I know there'll be plenty of things will come up. But I just want to get your opinion on it.
Just to add to it, I saw another viral post yesterday about a person who wanted to take a leave from his office.
Yeah, I
And
saw
he
that
created,
too.
Yeah,
I
so
saw that
he created an artificial bruise on his hand, and he sent it to his HR that I got hurt while commuting to office. I need to take a day off. Within minutes, he got approval.
Oh my God.
And there was something about COVID. So he said that, hey, I've got a COVID and I need 1 month vacation and I won't be able to come to office, right? So if you want me to come to the office, then, it's going to be a problem. So the guy replied to him saying that, hey, look, we tested everybody. Nobody has COVID. So we asked them to work from home. You can now come to office. But anyways, over to you, Prateek.
I think it's a very, very tricky question, and definitely, that's one of the big concern with the technologies that we are building, which is that it has tremendous potential to help humanity overall, but at the same time, each technology people can come up with creative ways of not using it in the way it should be. From technology point of view, what we are trying to do is to see how safe we can make it. So, for example, we would try to sort of ensure that the models that we have, we are sort of putting enough safeguards in them so that people are not able to use them for destructive purposes. But at the same time, such use cases will come through. For that, a lot of research is being currently conducted in the domain of watermarking, etc. So that, if some image is generated by AI, let's say Swiggy or an HR should be able to then figure out, run a classifier on top of it and say that, no, this is AI generated. I don't believe you. You need to present some other evidence. So I think, this is a real problem. We need to be very careful. That's why, every time we release any model, we put in a lot of thought and effort and have a lot of studies around it. And at the same time, a lot of new research needs to be done to make these technologies safer and safer.
Thank you. We'll just close the panel now. I would really want to thank each one of you for sharing really candid views. Thanks to Rashain about a very candid feedback about how an investor looks like when we go and pitch as founders to the investors community about what we are trying to solve for. Thank you, Prateek, for sharing some real insights about what is unfolding in the era of technology and AI and how we at Google are able to bring out those tools and technologies for helping the startups of today build the future for us for tomorrow. And thank you, Liana, for sharing some real insightful work. And the kind of work you guys are doing is really inspiring, really impactful. And I'm very glad to see a startup based out of India trying to solve for the world for a very, very important cause. And I think as we enter 2026, it is our responsibility as startup founders sitting in this room to come up with innovation and come up with ideas and solutions which are here to solve for the real world problems rather than just building a cool tech. And I think all of us here have reached a stage where we are graduating and moving towards 2026 with the AI impact story rather than an AI first story. And looking forward to see the demos during the day and really get a first-hand view of what you guys are building. And it's truly our privilege to be a partner in your journey as you are crafting the future of AI and the future of India. Thank you. Thank you to the panelists.
Thank you.
Thank you so much to all the panelists for your time. Thank you. And to the rest of you, it's time for lunch. So there are volunteers here to help you, but if you move out this way and take a left, the lunch area is there. What's important is please be back here at 1 p.m. so that we can actually get to all the 20 startup pitches. But yes, time for lunch, and see you very soon back in the same hall at 1 p.m. Thank you again to the panelists. Thank you for your time. all the startups in the room who haven't done their rehearsal yet, please come to the stage so we can do it now. Riya's Aptel slides, please.
That's done. Done.
Check, check. Hey.
They are
I hope the ones outside know that we're going to start with the startup pitches right now. So if you can all move in, we can get started. We've got 20 startups to go. But for the ones who are in the room, thank you for being on time. We're going to still get started. For the ones who weren't here this morning, I'm Anjoli. I help look after the Accelerator program. I'm also going to be your host for the day, which means investors, enterprises, all of the ecosystem enablers in the room. If you want to meet any startups, please come find me. Happy to make the connects. They're all building such amazing solutions. And you're going to hear more about it in a minute. And like I said, we're going to start with the startup pitches. It'll be 5 minutes, 20 startups. And in case you have any questions, etc., we'll pick them up at the startup demo booths right after all the pitches are done. We'll be doing this in alphabetical order. And just to talk, as you can see, these are the 20 startups that we chose from 1,660 plus applications, which comes to show that they're building the top AI products, not just globally, but best in our country. So for the ones in the room, please give a huge round of applause to all our 20 builders. And like Saurabh mentioned before, the privilege is ours to be able to work with founders like you. Thank you for inspiring us. Thank you for letting us be a small part in your startup journey. And I'm so excited for the rest of them to hear more and learn more about you. As you can see, the demo day today is also the official pre-summit event of the AI Impact Summit, which is organized by the Government of India. It's going to happen in February 2026. We're so glad that our 20 startups are recognized by the government as well. And now, without further ado, I know all of you aren't here to listen to me, but actually to these amazing folks who've built such cool startups. I'm going to first invite the founder of Adya AI, Shayak. He's built this with his lovely wife, Archana. And to tell you a little bit more about Shayak, fun fact, he's actually an ex-Indian Navy helicopter operator that's turned as an AI coach, who's now building an AI platform that builds other AI solutions to help everyone build anything. So Shayak, over to you. And let's learn more about what he's building.
Thank you. Hi, everyone. Right, I'm Shayak. I'm the founder, CEO, and CTO of Adya AI, ex-Indian Navy officer. I teach AI in a few colleges. I sit on the board of a couple of colleges as well. And today I'm going to tell you a little bit about what Adya is doing. Right. Right. We have a very fundamental paradox today. Thousands of vertical SaaS solutions that are sitting in pilot purgatory. Why? Because they cannot be customized easily. The compliance teams don't find them easy to use. And building your own team or hiring a consultant is equally difficult. Right. So what do? You basically come to Adya. We have ready solutions for various domains: healthcare, pharma, BFSI, retail, government. Critically, if you are an enterprise, you can come on the Adya platform and you can build any application, any agent, even your own LLMs, and then host it yourself on your own cloud. Today, we have the intellectual property, the IP, on 3 of the most difficult problems when it comes to agentic AI. First, agentic AI systems need to scale. Today's best multi-agentic frameworks can handle about 4 to 5 agents. We need systems that can scale to hundreds of agents. So we created a multi-agentic network, the first of its kind in the world, fully decentralized. Second, your agents don't exactly follow what you are asking them to do because you're giving them instructions in vague English. Instead, we created a mathematical proofing language. Tell your AI what it should do or not do, and it will convert the entire thing into governance protocols, making sure your AI does not make a mistake. Also, making sure that the cost does not scale. Today, with every message you're sending in all the older messages, increasing the cost of your context. We created a ledger memory, a new kind of a memory system. One of the key solutions that we offer is called the Enterprise Strategy Agent. This one will look at all your data, give you the answers, do the research by itself, find all the information, add to your knowledge base, do the analysis, insights, reports, charts, graphs, and even do a visual simulation of your strategy. We are using it for equity research, for drug discovery, for managing ministries for the government, for managing things for the Indian Army. Our primary target are large enterprises in the US, where we are selling these ready solutions. We have very successful deployments already, and we typically do this through our partners. We have forward deployed experts, people who are the chairmen of large companies, who are taking our solutions to their industry. We have system integrators like Accenture, who have just showcased us as a startup of the week and taking it to all their customers. And in the last 4 months since launch, 5,000 agents were built on Adya. We won awards like the AI 50 in the Silicon Valley. We've been showcased by Google, by NVIDIA as one of the top 10 AI companies. The team is the real secret sauce. Dr. Santosh Kakarla used to work at one of the top AI labs in Paris. Mani used to be the chief digital officer at Aditya Birla. Archana has produced more than 800 television commercials. Saurav is an IIT Roorkee gold medalist. Neha used to head customer marketing at Google. 40 plus rockstar developers. That's what makes Adya tick. And in the last 3 months, revenues have tripled. Our pipeline right now includes 50 plus Fortune 500 companies from the US. And very critically, we've launched the Adya Launch Lab program. This is creating India's largest AI ecosystem, where 40,000 developers are getting access to the platform entirely for free and building agents in the next 2-3 months. Google helped us insanely. Like, the amount of help we've got from Google is just beyond belief. All the way from helping us partner with the government, to helping us with deep technology insights, to helping us evaluate our products. Google has been through and through helping us in everything that we do. And that, my friends on the screen, are hoardings that went up today. All over Uttarakhand, the colleges that are showcasing Adya, their students, their developers are using Adya to build solutions. We're raising 5 million at 20 million, and we're almost done. So if you're an investor sitting here, let's have a chat. Thank you. I'm open for questions.
Thank you so much, Shayak. Thank you for your time. If anybody has any questions for Shayak, the Adya startup booth is right outside, so post the pitches, feel free to connect. And in case you don't find him, come find me. I'll help you meet him. Perfect. Thank you so much, Shayak. Up next, we have iGnosis, and I want to invite Divyansh, who is the co-founder. They're a healthcare startup that's being built out of Jaipur. He's building this with his co-founder, Rakshit. And to talk about Divyansh, he's actually a physicist turned AI engineer. And they're currently applying AI for its maximum positive impact, which is obviously healthcare. And at iGnosis, they're building a mass-scale, accessible autism screening solution. And the idea was actually born out of the problems they saw firsthand. Both of them have grown up in families of doctors, so they understood the importance of a solution like this. That's it. Over to Divyansh, inviting you on stage to take over.
Okay, exciting. Hi, we are AI Gnosis. I am Divyansh Mangal. I did my bachelor's and master's from BITS Pilani and did another master's in quantum computation, applying AI to quantum theory. But I pivoted to healthcare AI solutions. My co-founder Rakshit did his bachelor's in AI from NMIMS Mumbai and Virginia Tech US, and he was working in healthcare as a student. He left his job, and I left my PhD because we got to know of a really big problem from our parents who are doctors. That every 1 minute, there is one autistic child being born in India. And there has been a disturbing rise in the prevalence across the globe. In US, you can see it's 1 in 31, and in India, it has been rising from 1 in 100 to 1 in 36 now. It's crucial to detect autism and neurodiverse conditions like these early. When my father once called me in his chamber and told me that if this child, who was 6 years old, had been detected at 16 months, the outcome would have been completely different. That stuck with me. So early signs start at 16 months, but the median age of diagnosis is 4.62 years. This critical window should not be missed as neuroplasticity of a child goes down. So we built a solution to detect early. Currently, there are no solutions that a pediatrician can use to detect autism. Plus, there is a stigma to consult psychologists. The current tools are questionnaire-based forms, which have subjectivity, requires expert, and a lot of time. To solve this, we've built an eye tracking-based solution. This biomarker, the eye tracking-based biomarker, has got FDA approval in the US, and now we are using that similar solution in India. In this, we show the child a video stimulus, get his response, and through our AI model, a report is generated, which gives us the risk of autism. The complete data set was built by us. It's a proprietary data set, as well as the AI model. The research that we did, a big one at AIIMS Jodhpur with 500 plus cohort, and the results were excellent. We are at par with the gold standards, but we present ourselves as a screening tool. We have published multiple papers on this, got the CDSCO license for establishing ourselves as a medical device, as well as patent is filed. The screening flow of the test itself is quite easy. It's built for pediatric clinics, so a child just walks in, watches a 5-minute video, and the report is instantly shared with the pediatricians. And then we help the pediatricians and the family get a referral and next step guidance. The market opportunity here is huge itself. There are 25 million kids being born in India and 125 million kids in all of globe. And there are virtually no technique right now to scale autism detection solutions, so it's a wide open market. Recently, we raised our pre-seed with lead investors Antler and Nikhil Kamath, and we presented our solution at Shark Tank last year, from where we got investments from Varun Dua and Amit Jain. And we've, along the way, raised 1 CR in grants from multiple social impact funds. Now, at Google Startup, it was quite helpful. Our entire architecture is hosted on the cloud, and during this GFSA, we upgraded our cloud architecture, we upgraded our cybersecurity, and we were connected to a lot of health tech experts. Now, the ultimate ambition, the vision for AI diagnosis is to be a one-stop solution for anything developmental related with children. This tool, we envision, should be in the vaccination schedule to be used at 16 months to 24 months age, along with immunizations. We want to drive a complete, basically a campaign similar to polio vaccine did with polio. So join hands with us in our mission to detect autism, act, and thrive. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Divyansh. Thank you. Up next, we have AI Step. We've got Satish, who's co-building this with Ashwin. And to give a little intro on Satish, he's actually a physician by background, an ex-army officer, and now he's turned into a founder and CEO of AI Health Highway, which is a medtech startup. And something cool is today they've brought in, which is India's first AI-enabled smart stethoscope. So if any of you in the audience are worried about your cardiac health or want to get an initial screening done, look nowhere else. Post this, head to AI Stats demo booth, and you can get that screening done. But now, over to Dr. Satish to take over for his startup pitch.
Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. I'm Dr. Satish. I've come from a family of doctors. I learned to keep patients as a first priority. Army taught me leave no one behind. So with these two missions, I started AI Health Highway with Ashwin. We are solving one of the world's biggest disease burden, which is non-communicable disorders. Why this is important? Because for a country of 1.4 billion population, we just have 6,000 cardiologists and 2,500 pulmonologists. So we can't take Dr. Devi Shetty to all the 6 to 7 lakh villages of India. That's how we came up with AI Steth, which is India's first AI-enabled smart stethoscope. Now, why this is important? In 2025, 50% of the world's population, that's 8 billion population, still 50% of the population does not have access to essential healthcare services. Because the biggest flaw in today's healthcare model, when we say healthcare, we tend to equate that with hospital. You see that small circle, all the diagnostics, specialists, everything is limited to that small circle. So in a country like India, 60 to 70% of the population still has to travel 50 to 75 kilometers to access this. So how does AI Steth change that equation? We collect 30 seconds of heart sounds, 60 seconds of lung sounds, and it is streamed via Bluetooth to a smartphone application where the visualization or the report gets generated. The cloud analyzes this signature pattern, and I'm very proud to say the first algorithm to identify murmurs. We did our study in Jaideva Institute of Cardiology. The sensitivity is 98.34% and the specificity is 99.73%. Now, I am a doctor. I can tell you the current accuracy for GPs who man the primary healthcare clinics is only 50 to 60%. It's a huge ego hit if I tell this to my colleagues. Now, the algorithms do much better. And this idea came from, I think all of you follow cricket. Sneakometer identifies whether the ball touched the bat or the pad. That's the technology that we brought to cardiology and respiratory disease segment. Now, in a fully evolved model, we will be looking at 6 major disease segments: valvular heart disorders, heart failure, COPD, asthma, tuberculosis, childhood pneumonia. And in terms of scale-up, one is the product side, the clinical decision support system which we are deploying on the device, and then of course the enterprise segment, which is phase 2 of the journey which we have just started. In terms of competitive landscape, our biggest competitor in the US, Eco, raised 160 million. We did that in just 1/100th of that cost in Indian Institute of Science in the last 3 years. And I'm very proud to say that today ASHA worker in Maharashtra is able to use this AI Steth, take it for door-to-door screening, and just last month we launched our largest rheumatic heart disease screening program with the government of Uttar Pradesh. So in terms of cost, our competitors from the US, it is in the range of 45 to 50,000. We launched this in India at just half the price point. We mostly worked on the traditional ML models. We have 4 publications in IEEE. We also worked on a foundation model. Why this is important? It took us 3 years to work on the heart sounds, but this will enable us to work on heart sounds, lung sounds, or any bioacoustic signal much faster. This is our team. Ashwin and me have worked in the previous company as well. Dr. Maushmi is a PhD from IIT Guwahati. We have Dia, who is working with the founder's office. And we have been part of accelerators in the US. The product was built in collaboration with SoundHub in Denmark, which happens to be the best acoustic cluster anywhere in the globe. I've already covered this slide, how it is making a difference. If 10,000 villagers had to travel to Pune or Mumbai, now we are able to identify only those 1,000 who have a murmur, and they are sent to the specialist. I'll skip this slide. So, as I said, in a fully evolved model, this device, if deployed across 2 lakh primary healthcare screening clinics, can impact 6 major disease segments. Now, one of the useful use case which we discovered along with the Google for Startups Accelerator cohort, our solution was available only with mobile internet or the mobile data. In the last 4 to 6 weeks, we cracked this. Now, this is something which is available on edge device, no need for internet, and we brought down the latency from 30 seconds. This is almost real time. With each heartbeat, we can now analyze the same results. This has got a use case for hospital in the OPD registration counter, who needs to go for a master health checkup and so on. These are two other use cases. Now, it's not just the heart or lung sound. The stethoscope, which is sitting in the doctor's clinic, can also be used for scribing, which is a multi-billion market in the US. I already spoke. One of the major achievements in the last 3 months, we got the intent to grant patent from Europe, which is probably the most toughest in all the geographies. And these are our publications in IEEE, including one on the foundation model. We have crossed close to 67,000 patients across 20 states in India. And we are backed by TurboStart, Rain Matter Zerodha, Chennai Angels, and Social Alpha Tata Trust. I'm fortunate that I got to demo this device with none other than Mr. Ratan Tata himself. Hope to scale this across the globe. What is the ask? Now, I spoke about a competitor who raised 160 million. It shows how frugal we are. In 1/100th the cost, at almost 1/4 of the time frame, we developed this in India. How long we'll keep on looking at solutions from US? This is the shout out to the investors. This is your chance. Please don't miss this. Now, whether you invest 5 million or 10 million, how does it make a difference? We can impact 50 million or 100 million. Now the ball is in your court. Thank you so much.
Thank you so much, Dr. Satish. Up next, we have Aptile. I want to invite Rohit, who is the co-founder. He's building this along with Vishal. And to tell you a little bit about Aptile, they're a multi-agent coding platform that aims to accelerate mobile stack. Its full stack approach drives impact in the AI coding space, and their hope is to move beyond the hype of vibe coding. But over to Rohit to talk more about Aptile and what they're building.
Hi everyone, I'm Rohit, this is Vishal. We are building Tile, the first agentic coding platform for mobile apps. Now, we've been discussing about impact of AI-assisted coding. There's a lot of excitement in market. Only in this year, there has been massive adoption of AI-assisted coding tools. Every month, models are getting better. Coding as a workflow has completely transformed in last few months. What we see is, for last few months, as new tools drop, there has been adoption, but as soon as teams start using some of these tools, early on there is, most teams actually report 20-30% boost in their productivity. But all of us will agree that as soon as you start using these tools for larger code bases, you run into performance walls. The potential or the expectation from these tools are not met. And the reason is, suddenly you find your teams actually messing with MCP servers. You have to deal with curating context for your agents, and you have to suddenly work with all sorts of problems that come with context engineering. Suddenly, your front-end engineer has to be an AI engineer, and that's the problem. Tile solves that problem. So Tile is the first multi-agent platform. We solve this problem by a full-stack approach. There are three components of Tile that sets us apart. First, we are the first platform which has purpose-built AI agents, which are essentially expert agents specializing in specific domains or backend APIs. We have powerful visual editing, which lets your product managers and designers get access to editing your apps in a web IDE, which gives them flexibility and accuracy, same as what they get on Figma. And third, and this is probably the most important thing, Tile gets you the enterprise-grade infrastructure that lets your team scale your apps to millions of users. That includes everything that your app needs, including push notifications, telemetry, payments, deep linking, and so on. Now, the way this platform works is each agent on Tile's agent store is specially trained to work with a specific backend API or a SDK. Now, that makes these agents extremely focused on solving one problem space or one task. The way you work with this team of agents is you describe your feature to a planner agent, which works as a team lead. The planner agent will then break down the feature into smaller modules. We call these modules tiles. And these modules and these tiles are created by specialist agents which specialize in working with specific backend APIs. For instance, if you're building a payment feature, the planner agent will assign these tiles to a Stripe agent. Now, the way these agents work, the context is extremely carefully curated. The tools are handpicked for these agents, and the full stack for these agents is always maintained and hosted on cloud, which makes sure that the output of these agents is much more reliable and accurate. Once the tiles are created by these agents, the orchestrator agent will then first confirm that the accuracy of tile is intact, the tiles are created accurately, and then assemble your feature using these tiles. As a result, what you get is well-designed modular React Native code that your developer team then can own and review and commit. Tile as a platform has been created specifically keeping developer as a primary user. Once your developer gets the code created by our agents, your dev team then uses Tile's SDK and CLI tools to then integrate Tile's platform into their existing workflows and DevOps pipeline. Tile's apps are then, when it comes to deployment, Tile's apps are deployed on our enterprise-grade infrastructure, which is secure, scalable, and compliant from day one. Today, we have 10 agents on our agent store. In coming months, we are adding hundreds of these agents. And we want to make sure that every team building on Tile has access to 1,000 senior software engineers as an extension to their team. We have strong belief that just like the production of physical goods moved from handcrafted goods to mechanized manufacturing, that's exactly the same transition that's going to happen for delivery of software and services. And Tile is bringing part of that future nearer. This me and Vishal. We are here. If any of you are building for mobile, we'd love to connect and talk more. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Rohit. Up next, I want to introduce Scott, who's the founder of DView. He's building this along with Supratik, his co-founder. And to tell you a little bit about Cots, he's the regular co-tech guy, as he likes to call himself. He also loves to contribute to the open source community, and he believes in giving back to the ecosystem. At DView, they're building a data and AI infrastructure for enterprises. Over to Cots to take it forward.
Hi, everyone. Very good afternoon. I'm co-founder, CEO of DView. We are building Agentic Lakehouse for enterprises. For every enterprise, they have huge amount of data, petabytes, terabytes of data into silos. And to extract data to analytics to an information journey to identify the patterns and deep insights, they require heavy lifting. Now and then they need to put over a centralization, and after centralization, after spending few years into centralization, using several platforms, they figured out it's a vendor locking, where they don't have a flexibility to put data somewhere else and extracts the information between two systems where the data is centralized. If my data is centralized in India and my data, other data, business data in US, is that I can talk to each other and finding deeper insights in no time without spending too much on heavy computation cost, heavy lifting cost. That comes with the siloed data, lack of data readiness, LLMs without domain fit, scattered knowledge, data security risk. These are the things that comes with the data which is being centralized into different stores. So this is a typical problem statement with banking sector. They're still sitting on monolithic DB2. They're putting their transactional data into FTP and SFTP, and they have databases on the other side. Every month, they're spending their 15 days, for 2 weeks, just to put the data into one place so they can perform analytics and they can take decisions. DView can process TBs of data in just few minutes and combine with the transactional and non-transactional data and figure out the explainability, causality, and bringing the self-deeper insights along with self-visualization. So what DView is? DView is a new lake house to enable enterprises with quick AI workflows. How we are leveraging LLMs and AI. So if my data is in India and US, people talk about compliances. If we put the data in India, bring this data from US, will breach the contract. Data policies. Our platform is not only capable of understanding just like our brain. If I have bookshelf of different category, business, tech, and other part, this knowledge is centralized at a one place as just as neural. So when we do a conversation, it connects with all the shelves, identify the right data, identify the right patterns which is required for a specific persona to know, and bring the deeper explainability without persisting the data. That means if my data is scattered across regions, I don't have to worry about data policies. And I don't have to worry about how many PAs in my whole organization. So this personal identity details, which I need to figure out and build myself for the different data policies like GDPR, DPDP, our system gives the whole information at a one place so they can write their own workflows and solve it in no time. So what DView is in core, it's bridging the gap between data, analytics, and insights. So if you have data on left-hand side, all the data, it doesn't matter, it's structured, unstructured, semi-structured. On the right-hand side, you have all the LLMs of the world. We have in center, we have a DView, which is brain with all neurons, understand everything, and capable of connecting and answering. Strategically positioned to modernize the data stack for financial institutions. So we being identified that we can help financial services or financial banks and institutions which is sitting on bare metal, for them to put their data into different centralized stores and then driving their AI opportunity. It's a high SLA opportunity loss, where they can just plug iServe and they can drive their AI opportunity from day one. So large revenue opportunity of 484 billion size across different verticals. So as of now, we have more than 700K active book size, more than 12 customers. Current ACV is, grown from before Google incubation, our AC was 50K. Now it's close to 200K, and our active book is also 750K plus. So how we operate? We operate on a fixed pricing, subscription model, and set up add-ons as well. So, I mean, to build a very strong product for global requires a very good, strong-headed team. So I have my other co-founder, Supratik Shankar. He is co-founder and CEO and CFA charter as well. These are the advisors and investors. Amar Bahel, who was ex-group head AU Bank, Ankit Bhati, ex-Ola co-founder, Vineet Agrawal, and Rahul Ghosh, who's leading data and AI in Walmart. How Google ecosystem helped us. It not only helped in terms of looking deeper opportunities, how can solve bigger problems with these financial institutions, it also helped us to migrate from AWS to GCP with complete detailing how we are spending our cost on LLMs plus data infrastructure. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Scott. Up next, I want to introduce the founder of NIT, Yash. He's co-building this with both Kunal and Gaurav. And to talk a little bit more about Yash, how he figured out NIT was when AI super intelligence chatter got loud, he began to try decoding consciousness using the Bhagavad Gita, neuroscience, and quantum physics. Now I'll let Yash talk more about NIT and his journey as well.
Hi everyone, I'm Yasharth. I'm the founder and CEO at NIT. So at NIT, we are solving for integrations, one of the most persistent and universal problems in software. Now, every software needs it, every agent now depends on it, but still, building and maintaining integrations takes weeks or sometimes months of engineering effort. And that is the problem we are looking to solve for. Now, if you are a developer, this image probably feels familiar. To build even a single integration, you need to go through hundreds of pages of API documentation, build the connector logic, handle authentication, test it, and deploy it. And you're not done. You're now responsible for fixing it and maintaining it every time something changes. And with the rise of AI agents, this problem itself is now evolving. Now, earlier integrations used to be deterministic code blocks that the same integration logic ran each time. But now, LLMs are deciding what tool to call on the fly based on user context. And this is changing or bringing a new set of challenges. The first is accuracy. But how do you make sure that agents are calling the right tool for the job? And the second is access control. That how do you make sure that only the right user has access to the right set of tools? So we've approached this problem statement in two layers. The first, for deterministic integrations where the same business logic runs each time, we offer unified APIs. Now think of them as one-to-many connectors for a category of tools. So as a developer, for example, if you're looking to integrate with CRM systems, instead of integrating with each CRM system individually, you integrate with our unified CRM API, and you're live with 50 CRM integrations in one go, saving you weeks or months of engineering effort. And for probabilistic integrations, where LLMs decide on tool calls dynamically, we offer managed MCP servers for 150 plus enterprise SaaS applications, which expose safe, structured, LLM-ready functions along with access control and policy management. So today, more than 40 customers and AI product teams and enterprise SaaS software companies rely on NIT, including teams building enterprise-grade software. But still one problem remained, that developers still needed to code their integrations themselves. So as we entered the Google Accelerator, we asked ourselves a question, that why code integrations at all? Now, over the past couple of years, we have learned about the most common integration patterns. We have a pre-built catalog of 150 enterprise SaaS connectors, and we all know how good LLMs have gotten at coding. So that led us to develop our newest capability, which is a natural language integrations builder powered by Gemini. So now developers can simply install NIT on their favorite IDE like Google CLI, Cursor, Claude, Windsurf, etc. Chat with it in natural language and say, hey, I want to sync Salesforce data to HubSpot every Friday and get notified in Slack. And our multi-agent system searches through the API database which we have, identifies the right APIs, builds an integration plan, and delivers code along with an API endpoint, which can be then embedded inside the application of the developer. So basically, we are moving developers from intent to execution within minutes rather than months. And a lot of this has been possible due to the great support we've received at the Google Accelerator. Now, not only did we get some generous Gemini credits, thanks to which a lot of the experimentation was possible, but we also got a lot of technical mentorship and brainstorming, thanks to Paras over here, sitting here, spent a lot of time with us every week. Not only that, we also got a lot of GTM support, and we are in discussions with the Gemini CLI team for a deeper product integration, along with a listing on the Google Marketplace, which we hope will help us bring our solution to the millions of developers who already use and love Google products. So thanks a lot to the team, thanks a lot to Farish and Anjali over here, and thanks to every one of you for listening to me. I hope to see you all at the booth to try out the product and see it live in action. Thanks a lot.
Thank you so much, Yash. Up next, we have the founder of Milli, Chirag, and he's building this along with Siddharth and Venala. Talking about Chirag, besides being the co-founder and the CEO, prior to starting up, he actually spent a decade with prominent Indian VCs. Some may even say that he had the advantage of the insider knowledge. But over to Chirag to talk more about Milli and what they're building.
Thank you, everyone, for joining us here. And if you're watching this on YouTube, I plan on keeping this light and breezy. So we are Milli. We are powering financial advisors and advice firms with tailored AI agents. The problem that we are solving is really faced by north of 3 million financial advisors globally, where their potential today is handicapped by all the admin and back office work that fills up their plate. This is taking notes in meeting, updating systems of record, filling up compliance paperwork. Nobody wants any of that. What they want to be doing is speaking more with their clients and not less. When we talk about a financial advisor, it is anybody touching any part of the financial services life cycle of a client. It could be a wealth advisor, CPA, estate planning attorney, so on. The problem further manifests into how the resources get used. So if you are an advice firm, you are spending half of your time and half of your money on things that don't scale and don't help you serve your clients. Our Act 1, the first product from the house of Milli, was the meeting agent. Meeting agent does what you would expect it to, helps you prepare for meetings, take notes in these meetings, and all of this can go right back in your CRM, financial planning software, so on and so forth. But as we have now done this with hundreds of advice firms, and as we document hundreds of meetings every day, naturally they wanted us to be doing more with them in terms of other agentic workflows. When it comes to the core meeting agent, there are fundamental differences on how we operate vis-a-vis generic off-the-shelf products that you may have seen. One, Milli operates with no recordings. We are a real-time streaming first note taker, and this is very important given clients are talking about very sensitive private matters, think deaths, divorces, etc. And it's not helpful to have those on the record. Two, every piece and every artifact from Milli needs human review by the advisor. There are compliance filters that get rigorously applied so that we are not capturing social security numbers, addresses, so on. And this is a non-intrusive technology. Imagine you are on a Zoom call or a Teams call. There is no AI note taker that shows up on your window, thereby making this a private space for you and your client. Our Act 2, the next set of products we are launching, are around Milli Office. Once we have enough context of a firm, by sitting in every meeting that the wealth advisor has, we help them ask automate, and alert different actions. We do this by sitting on top of all the different applications that they work on and the different custodian platforms that they use. This is how it would look like. It's a chat GPT interface. I'm presuming most of you would be familiar with that. So you would just select a skill. It could be, I want to research a prospect, or I want to onboard a client. You would select what clients or prospects you want this insight on, and you would tell us what connectors we should refer to when doing this. And voila, Millie gives you a comprehensive, consumable one-pager loaded with insights from all the different tools in your tech stack. Today, Millie already powers hundreds of advice firms, ranging from 100 million, 200 million AUM firm to some of the largest community state banks, broker-dealers in the US. And we are constantly looking at adding more. Now, the impact of Google can really not be understated across our entire stack. They've obviously been very helpful with the infrastructure and the models that they have built. But the sessions we've had with the mentors around our product, our growth, and our technology have been transformative in our ability to serve these enterprises. As a company, we raised our 2 million seed round last year, and we came out of stealth earlier this year. Over the last 9 months, we've scaled 7x, and our existing customers are finding enough value to continue adding more products, more seats. So if you are a wealth advisor, or you know somebody that's a wealth advisor, and that's struggling with all the administrative work, you know who to reach out to. Thanks.
Thank you so much, Chirag. Just the clicker, please. Thank you. Next up, we have Myza. I want to introduce Arpita, who's the co-founder of Myza. She's building this along with her co-founders Mohit and Ashutosh. Talking about Arpita, she's a 2-time founder, and as she says, she brings the fun back to fintech. And every spend that a business does can be simplified, automated, and made on the go with the help of Myza. Now over to Arpita to talk more.
I'm Arpita. I'm one of the co-founders and CEO of Myza. You notice that there's no AI in our name because we have AI in production in our product. And my co-founders are not here because they are busy stabilizing the LLM output. We are in business of spends and banking and money and finance and marrying the accuracy needed by the CFOs who use us with the, the probabilistic nature of AI when we work with it is one of the top challenges that we've had, and that's why we joined and applied for this accelerator. How beautiful does Myza look on this rich, expensive screen? So this is Myza. This is when you use Myza as a team, as an employee, as a CFO, as a founder. You get to see this beautiful interface which you can interact with all of our AI capabilities, all of our non-AI capabilities, which are also very essential to run this platform, and a mobile app. We are used by, these are some logos that may be known to Bangalore people, and hence they are on this slide. So whether it is water purifier manufacturing companies like Drink Prime, Swish that gets you food in 10 minutes, Bodycraft that makes you look more beautiful, or DPD Zero, fintechs like Wintwealth, companies like Bharat Silks, which are one of the largest silk manufacturers in the state. Everybody uses Myza every single day to spend what they spend for their business. This is our team. So I and Mohit, my co-founder, built a social gaming startup called MechMocha. Before this, company exited to Flipkart. All through the journey, we always felt finance was never in order. Every time we needed reports, we had to ask someone who has to ask someone who has to ask someone. So we felt like this needs to be solved. And you know, after the time spent post-acquisition, we decided to team up together again to start MISA. We have Ashutosh, who's our co-founder and CTO, and never in these events because he is working very, very hard to make MISA as accurate as needed. He is ex-Cred and ex-Myntra. We have Mohit Jain, who is a senior banker, decade plus in Citibank, and then Axis Bank, and then MISA. This is the team you can bank on because genuinely we want you to do that when you become a MISA user. We are not raising, so the ask for this event is different. We need more customers, but we are backed by Bloom, Antler, Neon, IMA Ventures, and the stellar angels that you see on the slide. The problem that MISA is solving is extremely simple. There are systems which are very critical to a company. There is communication happening on WhatsApp, email, Teams, Slack. There is email, there is accounting data sitting in ERPs, there are bank transactions sitting with the banks. And all these three data points need to always be reconciled with each other. So you need to find that email and find that bill entry and find that payment and reconcile that bank statement. And this is a forever ending loop that continues running in every single company, however big you are and however small you are. MISA makes this reconciliation zero. We sit between these systems and apply intelligence on top of them to make it extremely simple, make it error-free, make it compliant, reduce loss of money in tax leakages, and make it very simple to run the business at the scale that our customers are running every day. There are a lot of boxes on this slide, so I don't want you to focus on the boxes, but I want you to focus on just how many there are. And to process a bill in this country, you need to get the bill, you need to get it approved, you need to compare it with the purchase order, you need to compare it with the, the GRN that your team may have done in a warehouse. You need to get the right tax deductions, then you need to account it, then you need to create a payment file, upload to a bank, and, process the payments, and then the vendor in India will always call you, sir, payment hua ki nahi? And it keeps on going for thousands of payments, businesses who use us at scale every single day. What MISA does is brings all of this together, and we use AI at places in our product where it is most useful. So every bill that is uploaded to MISA gets scanned by our AI. It is built with LLMs giving us the output with a check from the ML output, with a ground truth that we've written for the tax information, handling all the actual math which makes a bill work. And these systems work in the background. For a customer, it is as simple as uploading and getting the right output. Our AI is able to automatically account it in your books of accounts. It could be Zoho, Tally, NetSuite, wherever, SAP, and is able to do the cash flow planning for you, queue out your payments. We are a multi-banking platform. We integrate deeply, which is the toughest part of our business, and very little solved by AI, which is working with banks and integrating deeply with them so that as a founder of a company who may have 3 entities, 6 bank accounts, you can just do that in this event, sitting here, make the transactions. Your finance team doesn't need to call you, and do this across banks, across entities, across ERPs in a very, very simple manner. We are able to see 95% lower error rates. I never want to put error rates to be 100% lower. That doesn't work in math. That is why provisioning exists. That is why systems of book closure exist. And we measure our customers on, are they making a manual entry? And today, with the modules we have, we've been able to get them to do over 90% of their entries fully automated, and aiming for this to become 99% with that 1% that is left for the accountants to do when we cannot. We are trusted by, this number is old, today 800 plus finance professionals use MISA every day across these customers and across all the top 5-6 banks in the country. With Google's AI Accelerator, actually Anjali told me to make a slide. I said all of this you guys have had impact in. So some of the key capabilities, first is Milo. Milo is your assistant who can tell you, who can talk in multiple languages. We learned that our finance teams talk in Telugu plus English, Kannada plus English. So they will type Kannada, but they will type it in English. So Milo is trained to respond to such queries, reports, insights. How much did Anjali spend on this event? You can just simply ask Milo if they were using MISA. And the second big piece for us is the scan that we do. And the output of the scan determines how good our three-way match is, how good our match with procurement information is. And we've spent a lot of effort in last 3 months to make this better and faster. So think about this. If you are reimbursing a bill for the cab you took to this event, you will not wait for 7 seconds or 12 seconds for the AI output to fill everything in your reimbursement platform. So however nice it sounds, it needs to happen within seconds, and that's the problem that we work closely with the engineering teams at Google to make it better. And handle 20 plus languages of bills, so our users will have, manufacturers across in all languages. And the third thing we are doing is a TDS agent, which will file your TDS on your behalf. I have my time up, but we are here, we are on our booth. If you want to see how the entire TDS can be filed with an agent and not your accountants or CA firms, walk up to our booth, and happy to talk. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Arpita. You definitely bring the fun to fintech. Next up, I want to introduce the founder of MyWonder, Mauli, and he's co-building this with Venkat, who's also here. So both of them are the dads who think every kid deserves their own Jarvis. I think the Iron Man fans here would know this reference, but they went ahead and built one. Both of them co-founded MyWonder, creating AI companions that spark curiosity and joy. And to put it in simple words, parents in the room who are worried about kids and their screen time, both Molly and Venkat have solved that for you, but I'll let him show it in real time on what MyWonder is building.
Thank you, Anjali. Hi, guys. We are MyWonder, and this is our product. We are a learn while you play AI companion device for children aged 3 to 10. So quick intros. I'm Chandramouli. I worked at Amazon Kindle for some time. Part of the team that built the first Kindle, if you've used them. Was at Redbus when it was still a startup, and then more recently 2R Learning. So I bring about 20 years of experience in product and tech. And Venkat, who's my co-founder, brings more than 20 years experience in retail. He was with Tesco, e-commerce. He was with Flipkart, and more recently building brands for Think9. Building consumer brands. We both have built Sellerworks in 2014. It was a SaaS platform, and we exited to Capillary Technologies. But more importantly, we both are dads, right? So Venkat is a parent of a 7-year-old girl, and I'm a parent of a 6-year-old boy. And we've gone through the journey of parenting where we've seen parents like us struggle with engaging their children. And with the advent of screen time, so we all know why screen time is bad, and the guilt that comes along when you expose your kids to screens. So we thought, and we've been trying to solve problems with AI and use the technology a lot. So we thought, why don't we solve this problem? So we tried multiple things, exposing children to AI and how they behave. And naturally, we as parents become LLMs every night. So we are making up a new story every day in a particular situation and telling that to a child. So we thought we'll bring this technology together. In the last 1 year, we've gone from just an idea at home, to building something that can be a global product. So to give you a quick background of the landscape in which we are working, so this is the evolution of kids' engagement as we see it. There are physical toys like Lego and Mattel are big names there. Then there are screen-based engagement and edutainment for kids. Then we moved on to interactive devices. Big names here are Tony's and Yoto. So what we're seeing today is with the new tech that's available, we bring in together AI, which is good enough to talk as good as a human and help children learn in a completely new way, with social gaming, because children love playing with each other, and toys, which invite kids to play. So we're bringing all these things together, And I think it's a new category of child engagement, right? So it's a AI kids companion. It's an AI native device. It's unlimited fun. I'll tell you why. And it's a personal and adaptive companion because we think each child is different, their skills are different, and they grow in very different ways.
Good morning, Leah. It's amazing how even waking up feels special with my Wonder by their side.
Good morning, Wonder.
Hey, it's time to brush your teeth. It's like having their personal little coach.
And you're done. Glug some water and feel like a superhero.
It's a little voice that actually gets through to them.
Which sea creature has 8 arms?
Octopus.
The correct answer is octopus. Congratulations!
It's like a game that they're learning without even realizing it. Plus, the app keeps me in the loop.
Mama, Grandma telling me Tony.
Once upon a time, deep in our past, that's something she'll always cherish.
Plants are like tiny magicians turning sunlight into food.
And I love how it makes their curiosity feel limitless.
Ooh, the sky. It's like a giant magic show happening above us every day, Dia.
The way they see the world, it's full of wonder.
Now tell me, boys, who's your best friend? My Wonder!
Looks like someone's got a new best friend. Did you know Ryan? Broccoli gives you secret powers to run faster, think sharper, and even fight off bad germs. For the kids, it's magic. And for us, it's watching them discover something new every single day. Good night, Leah.
So it's a very simple product. It can be independently used by kids. So this is a device. It's a simple device. I'll tell you what all it can do. It comes with these NFC cards. So we have 200 plus cards in our catalog. There are mainly 2 kinds of cards. One is AI companions like Astro, which the child can talk to. And there are immersive content that we are bringing from publishers. These are stories, music, games, etc. that kids can listen to. So all the child has to do is tap the card on the device, and the character comes alive. So it's an independent play device.
I'm Astro, the space explorer, your friendly guide to all the wonders of the universe. Are you ready to blast off on an amazing space adventure? Tell me, what would you like to learn about in space today? Maybe planets, stars, rockets, or something else that sounds fun?
Hey Astro, can I play football on the moon?
Awesomely, did you know that people have actually driven on the moon? Astronauts in special moon cars, called lunar vehicles, zoomed around on the moon during the Apollo missions. The moon's gravity is much weaker.
Wait, Astro. I asked you, can I play football on the moon?
Oh, I see. You're wondering if you can drive on the moon, maybe like in a game or pretend play.
I think there's an echo, but basically, Astro can talk anything about space, and we have multiple characters. For example, Math Battle is about a mental math game. So you tap this, and the AI and the kid are having a conversation about math, right? So it's simple problems that give to the child, and there's a competition. And there are 20 different characters like this. Mind Reader is a fun game where you can think of something, and Mind Reader will guess what you're thinking. So basically, what we are bringing here is a conversational experience for children, and we've been testing for quite some time now, and we see kids engaging up to 30 minutes with Astro. So children of this age, 3 to 10, they're typical, like theoretically, their attention span is about 12 minutes. But we've seen kids engaging with Astro for like 30 minutes, building new planets. They're adding trees from Earth, adding maybe planets, satellites from Saturn, etc. So it's a personal and adaptive companion. So every time the device comes up, it has memory. It remembers what the child told. And it also adapts to the child. Like, for example, if the child is playing a math game, so as the child answers questions correctly, the level of the questions goes up. And so every time the child answers the right question, it goes up, and the child answers the wrong question, it it sort of levels down the game for the child. So as a child grows, the content grows along with the child, and this is applicable to math, language, and all of these things. So, and the device itself is made to be a companion. So it's a lightweight, weighs less than 200 grams, and it can be carried around everywhere by the child. It's durable, it's IP56 rated, and there's also an offline mode where you can take this device in your car or a flight, etc.
That sounds amazing, Muli. A lightweight, tough.
So the second thing, the social gaming part, is where this device is connected to the home Wi-Fi. So a child, so if there are multiple children having Wonder, they can all play together an AI quiz with a quiz master who's virtual, right? And a child can tap a card and talk to their friend and maybe call them down to play. So all these kinds of experiences are possible with just a simple device. So we also have a parent tab. So one of the problems with us as parents is that we don't know what the child's interests are, what they're learning, etc. So the parent tab gives insights on what the child is learning, what are they interested in. For example, if the child is talking a lot to Astro, we can tell the parent that, hey, a child loves Astro, maybe you should take them to a stargazing party nearby. So last 1 year, we've done a lot of work on the whole stack. So the product is designed from ground up, including the design, the hardware, the electronics, everything is designed from ground up by us. So what we've solved for is, this is a super low cost, low power device, right? So we are able to get the quality of conversations similar to what you can do on your phone, although your phone is a much more capable device. So all that is happening on a low cost voice hardware. So we can say that this is one of the best stack to build voice companions today. So, this is built like an OS. So tomorrow we might add a camera instead of having these screens where the AI can help the child do homework or do origami, etc. So working with Google, the Startup Accelerator program has been super helpful. So a couple of important things that that Google has helped us in is using Gemini for our multilingual conversations. So one of the biggest requirements is that urban kids today talk English, but they can't talk the native language, and rural kids want to talk English. So we are bringing that, so a child can talk Kannada, Tamil, Hindi, any language, and they can get the response back in either English or their native language. So there's nothing to stop them from learning in terms of language. Second is that we are producing a lot of original content. Like mythology, spiritual, religion, and for that we are using Google's models. So we also partner with some of the world's best publishers. For example, this is from a UK-based company called the Audio Agency, and this is an immersive way of learning biology.
Arcturus Publishing and the Audio Agency present.
So this is immersive audio content. This, again, there's biology, there is mythology, and a lot of games that we are producing that keeps the child engaged. So the way we've thought about it is a day in a life of a child. From the time they wake up, there is a very nice, soothing alarm. There's a brushing timer that they can use to make their routines fun. There's an after-school activity. So it'll also remind them, say, if they have to go for a football class at 5 p.m., a parent can set that on the parent app, and it'll remind them at 5 o'clock saying that, hey, you stop listening to stories and go out and play. So we've tested with close to 300 children in the last 1 year, and this is from our beta program. So we see that 60% of the users are active at least 3 times a week. They come and play with the device. A median daily usage has been close to 2 hours. And on holidays, we've seen kids engage with the companions and the content for more than 4 hours a day. So this is something that was surprising for us because the only other thing that engages them this much are screens. And also the content that we produce, the My Wonder originals, again, we're using AI plus a lot of audio production to produce this content. This works really well for kids, and this is super cheap for us to produce, and it's great immersive content. So this is the opportunity that's lying ahead of us. India is a really big market, and there's nothing like this for kids anywhere in the world. So we are a global product. We are CE, FCC, and BI certified. We are launching in India first, and eventually we'll scale globally. This is a revenue model. Again, there's a starter pack, and we have a catalog of 200 plus cards, which are like books. So as a child grows, you can buy different cards that cater to them. So we just launched. We are pre-launch. So I mean, we are open for pre-orders. So we've launched about 2 weeks back, and without any marketing, we've already hit 2 lakhs in revenue, and we'll be going full-fledged by end of December and January. So yeah, so we'll be on Amazon this month, all of the marketplaces. Eventually, our cards will be on quick commerce, so that if you want it quickly, you will have it in 10 minutes. And we're also planning to launch in Amazon.com starting with the Indian diaspora in the US. Yeah, so this is us. And we are in the middle of raising a seed round. And if you're a parent or if you're an investor who's interested in this product, please talk to us. You can play with the device in our booth outside. Thank you so much.
Thank you so much, Mauli. Next, I want to introduce the founder of Orbo AI, Manoj. He's actually a Shark Tank celebrity, and he's co-founded this with his friends, both Abid and Danish. Now over to Manoj. So when you see him, you'll realize that the product he's building, which is in beauty tech, has really worked on him. He looks much younger than he should be looking. And for anyone else who's worried about their hair or skin like I am, they've got their magic mirror outside, so check it out in the Orbo AI booth. AI will help you analyze your skin and hair and tell you what's next. But over to our Shark Tank celebrity, Manoj.
Listen up, ladies. I'm here to rescue you, but because you're beautiful, and that is why. So my name is Manoj. I'm a founder of Orbo AI. Thank you. We're building a beauty operating system that's helping consumer to take an informed decision at the point of purchase, be it online or be it offline. And that's how we operate, work with clients like Nykaa, Tata, Shopper Stop, and many of the D2C companies across the globe to make sure that these consumers, they're not left behind just because there's lack of information or lack of education that is available. But let's take a step back and understand there is $40 billion worth of product end up in landfill. It's not because it's a supply chain issue or a manufacturing defect, but it's purely because of the wrong product chosen by wrong people. We have Mithali here. She's got 60 products in her vanity. And I asked her, Mithali, how many products do you really use? So she says, Manoj, I hardly use 6. I said, what happens to the rest of the 56 products or 54 products? She said, well, I have to get rid of them or I have to throw them, right? But this is a massive, massive sustainability issue, but there's a big opportunity for us as well. Now, let's take a look at the existing scenario. For the last 25 years that I've been working in the e-commerce, the front end of the e-commerce companies hasn't evolved. The same left-hand side menu, same right-hand side products, some sorts and some filters, right? But there's hardly any education, insight, or hand-holding that happens to the consumer. And that is why people end up using e-commerce platform like a lunch buffet. You come, you discover, you compare, you figure out, you buy, and you get it delivered, right? And that has been the problem. Imagine if today's 2025, when Zepto is delivering product under 8 minutes, right? If your discovery is going to take 35 minutes to 45 minutes, that's not acceptable, right? And that is one of the reasons why we decided to build this beautiful infrastructure or an operating system, as we call it. It's built on search and discovery. It's built on diagnostics and simulation, and it also has an agentic infrastructure. And it's not just me who's saying that, okay, this works, but even the billionaires are saying that, okay, I'm looking for something like this. Let's take a look at the demo.
Let's look at how Orbo actually helps you shop. Most shoppers don't know where to start. Too many products, too many claims, no clear way to narrow it down. That's where discovery comes in. You type what you're looking for. Contextual search asks a few quick preferences, understands the context, and in seconds recommends 4 to 6 products that genuinely fit. Clarity right at the point of purchase. Even when people want to choose better, most don't understand what their skin or hair actually needs. Skin and hair diagnosis changes that. One Photo and Orbo analyses the key parameters, breaks down what the results mean, shows what needs attention and why, then guides you toward the routine that truly fits. Meanwhile, brands struggle with mountains of data in separate silos, never fully used. Agentic infrastructure pulls it together instantly. A brand asks a question. The agent connects the dots, delivers the insight, and turns it into a full campaign. Email, visuals, targeting, all from a single prompt. Helping brands stay ahead of trends before they even hit.
So we didn't just end up building a complete operating system which solves search and discovery or diagnostics or even agentic infrastructure. We've actually gone full throttle. We decided to build an operating system because we never believed in traditional SaaS platform. We think that the SaaS was dead in 2022, and hence there's a new age of building ecosystem, or owning the ecosystem is the future play in the market. But this couldn't have been possible if we hadn't really spent 3.5 years building a proprietary data set. So most of the people who are in this room, they know how hard it is to build a data set, right? But especially if you look at text, image, voice, it's very easy to build a startup in that thing. And I'm not taking away, a hard work that most of the startup do it in this thing. But if you go to Google and then just search that I need 100 images of pigmentation, you will not get none, or you'll barely get few, right? So we actually went from university to university, on the road shows. We put soldiers on the ground to collect hundreds and thousands of images from different ethnicities, different age group, different nationalities, and so on and so forth. And that is one of the reasons why we build a purpose-built operating system, which today helping us to drive this kind of recommendation or hyper-personalization. But consider this, once we deployed this, we were sort of taken a step back and say that, hey, how does it really work for most of the brands and retailers who are partnering with us? And fundamentally, when we saw that, the impact of our product is reducing the customer acquisition cost, it's increasing average order value, it's increasing the customer satisfaction for most of the brands, right? That just left us spellbound. And that is the kind of a unilateral, horizontal impact that we're seeing on most of the platform. Where is my time up? So how are we going to achieve the $50 million ARR? And it's very simple. There are 5 million storefronts on Shopify. There are 177,000 storefronts which are dedicated to beauty, skincare, and hair. And fundamentally, all we need is 4.2%, that is 7,572 stores at an ACV of $600 to achieve $50 million ARR. It's not difficult because our existing competitors like Algolia or Boom Commerce, they're already serving 25,000 and 15,000 customers. We are going to completely revolutionize that with outcome-based pricing. There are plenty of brands who are already working with us, right? From Unilever, who's the god of the beauty brands, but across Japan, across Estonia, or across Europe, we're working with many of these clients. The reason being, because today's customer is reading ingredients. Today's customer wants an endorsement and trust cycle, which existing brands and retailers are not offering. And this is where we step in. We help them, we handhold them, we make them understand about themselves, and that's how they're taking that informed decision. This is the team. I've been in the industry for 25 years, spent 15 years in the US, managed multiple acquisitions in the retail space. Eventually came back to India to manage the e-commerce for Reliance. I have amazing co-founders, Abhid and Nani, that very, very top-notch AI scientists that have worked on automated driver assistance systems to biomedical imaging, to hyperspectral imaging, and so on and so forth. And we have an amazing team of 11 AI scientists who are working with us. We're raising $5 million. We already have a commitment from a LA-based fund, which has invested in OpenAI, Anthropic, and Grok. Now we're looking for some additional funds out of India to complete our fundraise here in India. So those who are interested, please see us outside. We also have a magic mirror, as Anjali mentioned. If you would like to see your skin scan, or if you want to analyze your hair and scalp, we're happy to do that for you. So yeah, thank you so much. But I think before I say thank you, I'd like to mention when we started working on contextual search, which was about 4 to 5 months back, one of the key aspects that we realized that the search is driven by speed and agility. And fundamentally, when most of the RAG-based approach were taking 10 to 15 seconds, that's when actually Google stepped in. Google actually helped us understand the nuances of moving away from correlation and pattern matching to something called causality, and understand how this will provide the truth and fact-checking of your recommendation. That not only enabled us to provide most accurate output, but it also reduced the fundamental speed and latency to 2 seconds. And I'm greatly thankful to Google team, Anjali, Farish, Mitali. You guys have been fantastic, and the entire Google team. We're really, really lucky and privileged to be here. Thank you so much.
Thank you for the compliments, Manoj. Next, I want to invite the founder of Protecto, Bhaskaran. He's been in the data engineering industry for about 25 plus years. He's a developer at his core. And at Protecto, which he's co-building with Amar, they're basically building a data security platform for the AI world. I let Bhaskaran chat more on this.
Hi, I'm Bhaskar. I'm CTO and co-founder of Protecto. Protecto is a data security platform, what we are building for the AI world. So, if you look at the enterprise today, most of them trying to build autonomous AI. But building an autonomous AI is not that simple. I mean, in this world, it's like a very chaotic thing. Because what you have is a multiple agents interacting with the multiple MCP servers, tool callings, and what you have is your data, enterprise data, flowing across multiple agents, flowing through multiple tools, and your MCP servers revealing your enterprise data to agents, and agents taking decisions based on sensitive information. So it is like a very complex flow what these enterprises are trying to build. Okay. Now the question is, the current AI, is it intelligent enough or capable enough to build such a complex solution? Answer is yes, definitely yes. Then the other question is why enterprises is very slow in building these solutions. Okay, enterprises are building the solution faster, but once the solution is ready, once they go to security or compliance team, they slam the brakes. Okay, because the problem is not model. The problem is the data what we feed into these models. That is the problem. Because the data that goes to these agents are not controlled by humans anymore. Because we want with autonomous, because that gives you a better user experience. Okay, everything is taken care by agents. What is the data they want for making the decisions or retrieved through your MCP servers. Okay, there's nobody actually deciding what tools to call, what database to retrieve the data. Agents makes the decision. Okay, where to pull the data from, where to send the data. I want agents identifying an issue. They want to raise a ticket. They have a MCP server to contact a ServiceNow and feed the data to ServiceNow to raise tickets. So this is one of the autonomous solutions what enterprises are trying to build. But one of the things that is not possible or enterprises are struggling is how do I control the data flowing through the agents? Okay, most of the traditional security solutions, right? You have proxies, you have firewall setting, you are DLPs. All these solutions sits on the border. Okay, but that is not the problem here. You control the security on the border, but the exact problem what lies is with the data, which is flowing within your solutions. So that is where we come in. Okay, the solutions what we provide is controlling the data that flows within the agents. Okay, so how do we do it? So we are API solution data security platform. We can sit anywhere. We can sit between agent to agent. We can sit between agent to your MCP servers. We can sit in inducting the data before your vector DB. We can sit in the retrieval. We are very easy to be integrated with your agentic workflow. Okay. Now, what do we do? That's the question. Now, the easiest solution is block everything. Okay, wherever you see sensitive data, wherever you see unprivileged data, the agent is not supposed to have access to block everything. But that is not going to work. You are building an autonomous agent. You cannot say, okay, I'm going to block it. We have to allow the data flow, but allow the data flow in such a way that sensitive informations are still protected. So that is what we do. We do a lot of things like we do masking, tokenize, control, block, unblock, based on the decisions. We ourselves are autonomous agent. Okay, what we run is a simple autonomous agents within your solutions, which takes the decision and take a call. What do I have to do with this data? Okay, so that is what we do. And though we apply rules to tokenize or mask or control the data, we make sure that the context of the data is not lost. Okay, one of the key thing is whatever you do with the data, okay, in terms of securing the data, enterprise does not want their LLM response to go down. They do not want to have any impact on their workflow. So that is what we do. Though we apply all the rules and make sure that the data is secured, but we also make sure that the data utility is maintained. And that is the solution what we are building. And if you look at the entire end-to-end, right, there are solutions that take care of prompts. There are solutions that take care of models. Okay. Now, model security issue is a very complex thing. So whatever the model problems that was there 6 months back, now those issues are not there. Models itself are evolving. Okay. Definitely, new problems are going to come. But the main problem is not models, not the prompt. Main problem is the context, the data flowing within your engines, your AI solutions. That is the main problem. So that is where we tackle. And this is a quick demo of our product. Okay, ours is an API solution. The UI is just a demo UI, just to show the capability of a backend API, what we are showing. So this is a complete rack system, what we have built. If you see a prompt to send with the sensitive information, okay, and for a regular user, it looks like, okay, everything is done, your LLM responded, but behind the scene, what we are doing is we are masking the sensitive information. It's tokens. It's specially designed tokens. I will talk about it. And we make the LLM also respond with the tokens. Okay, but once we get the response, we unmask it and show it to the user. This is just one of the use cases what we are doing. Okay, now what are the things that is happening behind the scene? Okay, now one of the things what we do is identifying what is sensitive. Okay. Now, if you look at the traditional tools, right, there were rules to identify the sensitive information. But these rules were built with the assumption that these are static information. Okay. But with the AI world, nothing is static. Your LLM changes your text. It transforms, summarizes, it adds information. It completely restructures your information. So with the dynamically changing data, how do you identify the sensitive information? So that is why we have built our own autonomous agent, which runs within the solution, which dynamically identifies the sensitive information, dynamically masks the sensitive information, or dynamically identifies what is sensitive for the company. What is the sensitive for the agent? Maybe this agent is not supposed to access human resource data. Maybe this agent is not supposed to access marketing data. So that is what we identify dynamically for the data, dynamically changing data, and we apply the rules. And 2023, we pivoted. 2024, mid, we released the product. Within 12 months, we are able to get some very good customers. Automation Anywhere, Nokia, Dell, Bank of Muscat, Innovalan are big 5 customers. And we are completely on-prem deployable. Okay, usually the enterprise sales is very difficult. Okay, it takes a lot of time. But still, in 12 months, we are able to securing 5 big names. It itself proves that this is definitely a problem in the market, and big companies are trying to solve it. And we are looking for a bridge round, okay, of 2 million. Okay, our target is 5x by next December. That's what we are targeting. And the product is very stable, and we are running in one of the customers with 3,000 tenants. Okay, and one of the customers is a 4,000 customer base, and another customer processing around 150 million documents per year. So that is a scale of our product. The money mostly we need it for sales and marketing. And we are focusing on US market and UAE market. Those are main 2 markets. And Google startup, actually, helped us identify GCP Marketplace as one of the potential for marketing our product. We are launching new SaaS for startups from next week, and we are also focusing on the Middle East. And he's my partner, co-founder, CEO. He works out of Cupertino, US, and takes care of sales and marketing of US market. Thank you, and happy to have a discussion if you are anybody's interested. Thanks.
Thank you so much, Bhaskaran. Next up, I'll be inviting the founder of Pulse. Meet Harren, Pulse's founder and CEO, who left the corporate world to chase a bold dream. He built Pulse from a 3-member team to now a 20-plus member team, and he turned late-night whiteboard scribbles into a real AI platform used by global teams. He does this along with his lovely co-founders Alok and Vatsal. Over to Harren to talk more about Pulse.
Thank you, Anjali. That was a great introduction. Hello, everybody. Good afternoon. Thank you for taking your time to be here and listening to us. Means a lot. Thank you. So I'm here to talk about our company, Pulse. We're essentially building the world's leading AI-native feedback intelligence platform for enterprises. And before we get into the problem we are trying to address in the global market, I'll quickly introduce the team that has come together early into the story, helping building the company along with me. Alok, my co-founder, who currently looks at platform engineering, ex-Confluent, and then Vatsal, who is running our AI labs and product currently, ex-Goldman Sachs, and a gold medalist from IIT Patna. Now on the problem. So if you look at every SaaS, global tech, or a large digital native consumer brand, one thing that is common across is all of them are sitting and drowning across a lot of feedback. Feedback that today sits across a lot of system of records, fragmented, and all this feedback today, when people look at analyzing, it is a completely manual, cumbersome process. And then when you also look as an organization to prioritize or take out some insights, to make sense out of them, to help your business, and it's a chaos to do it in a certain way that is happening today. And last but not the least, is this feedback today tied to business metric to actually save $1 for the company or to even earn $1 through this feedback? Probably not. So chasing this problem is where we started off building 2 essential product lines under our feedback intelligence umbrella. One is product intelligence, and the other is our customer experience intelligence. So today, in the interest of time, we'll be talking about how Pulse as an organization is closing the entire loop for SaaS and digital native technology companies in closing their entire feedback to action loop within their organization. Yeah, specifically starting, look at the actions in the most simpler languages possible. So essentially, there are 16 to 18 agents that are powering our product intelligence platform today. And in the most simplest language possible, what do? We start by collecting the feedback across different system of records. So whether it is your support ticket systems, whether you're talking about your call transcripts, where go-to-market teams go have a conversation with their prospects or existing customers, whether it is this annual quarterly surveys that happens with your customer, or any other raw feedback in any shape and form is ingested into Pulse, and multiple agentic actions happens post that. So every agent of Pulse cleanses, classifies, analyzes, prioritizes, and then enriches with different business metrics that are gained from your customer relationship management software, CRMs, giving a lot of prioritization fuel and powering to take the right business decisions as they go forward. And what happens after that, you can run automated surveys using Pulse and take manual lead voting also from your customers and your existing prospect pipeline and see what actually moves a needle from them. And last but not the least, once that is decided and you have an accumulated roadmap, you can push it to your downstream systems, could be a Jira or a linear kind of systems, for your engineers to start acting on top of that. And then that work, when it comes back and updates on Pulse, is directly updated to their end customers, leading to direct impact of all your engineering and product efforts towards revenue impact directly by catering to your customers' asks. We take a step back and see how both these flows work together on our platform. So you're talking about a technology B2B company. You're essentially talking about the sources such as support desk, emails and chat escalations that come in through your Gmails or your Slack chats. You're also talking about your transcribing tools, transcripts, and so on and so forth. And then our IAPA engine takes it from there. That is identification, analysis, prioritizing, and driving relevant actions, and then impacting each of the teams in organizations. The same way, our customer experience intelligence product line picks up data from kind of different sources, but then much aligned on top of feedback, which includes your App Store, Play Store data, which includes your social community and aggregator platform data, and the remaining relevant data from where most of their majority enterprise feedback starts flowing into it. And again, comes back to impact teams across product and customer experience, CX and business operations together, and specifically trying to impact different set of KPIs, which includes executive visibility, growth and retention, NPS, NRR, and new revenue that flows in. And very importantly, your long-term repeat value and repeat customers that would want to come and start using, because with Pulse, you're essentially trying to solve problems at the root cause, not at the surface level. Just going into detail on at least one product line, how do these actions happen? So there are 5 steps. I'll go each step very quickly. I think my time's up already. First starts with the feedback ingestion hub. We unify feedback from every channel, as I was speaking about, into one single source of truth, which is a larger problem that has been pertaining with fast-growing companies and existing enterprises as well. So we have our AI classification copilot on top of our Ask Pulse as a copilot. So now that we have exposed to all the data, and it's a cleanse, analyze data, you ask it anything about your organization, what your customers want, where do you want to focus all your energies on. Ask Pulse comes up, answers all your queries in just a click of a button. And then moving on, in the flow is the prioritization dashboard, where again, you can just in natural language start ask it to enrich with different business metrics, a combination of them, both quantitative or qualitative, or individual of them. Pulse picks that up, helps you prioritize without complicated workflows. And the next, we move on to creating surveys basis the roadmap that is sitting or prioritized. You send that for voting and bidding. And once that is back, you create a multi-layer documentation, different collaterals, one for your engineering teams, the other for your product teams, and something else for your business teams that help you get your alignment from each of these functions before you put your energies across on that front. And also have an external portal that is sitting with your customers, which is shared with their end customers, where they can continuously track and keep a check about what's happening, what's changing at that customer's end. And essentially, as a customer of that specific SaaS company or a technology company, really adopt well to the product, eventually giving them a boost on the NPS and RR and other business metrics I was talking about. Last but not the least, for customer success teams who can collaborate on the same platform, we have a hotspot builder that gives close to 290 to 300 plus permutation and combinations of data lookouts, whether it's against revenue versus risk, whether it is the feature request against the regions from where this is coming on, whether it is impact on ARR from the amount of bugs that are sitting on the platform. With just a couple of filters, businesses or the CXOs or the specific product line leaders get to see where do they focus their energies on. So what's our vision? Basically, we intend to build the world's leading AI-native feedback operating system for enterprises. In just 12 months of our operations, we have completed flow for our product intelligence, and we are already doing, already serving 12 to 15 enterprise customers above and beyond 6-digit plus in revenue with these customers. And now also scaling fast on our CX intelligence vertical, doing a lot of pilots and POCs, and heading towards a goal of by 2027, we want our AI agents, that's Pulse's AI agents, to power a feedback intelligence layer for every enterprise in the globe. And how did Google for Startups help us across 3 categories, which is technology, product, and growth, help us shape, use different LLM experimentations using Gemini. But also on the tech and infra front, we figured out from a design and app building mentorship on where could the UI get better, where as an agentic company, we can actually create a stronger impact of our AI being on surface and really being helpful to the users. And last but not the least, there were certain milestones we wanted to hit at the start of the program. We are happy to say that we had seen like 15-20x growth in our ARRs and ACVs in the last 3 months, and headed towards a strong quarter in the days to come. Yeah, I mean, yes, we are actively raising funds or are going to in the next 3 to 6 months once our business goals are hit. And anybody is interested, happy to have a conversation. But thank you once again for listening to us. You can scan the QR to have a chat with us on our WhatsApp agent, or we are just outside on the booth, happy to do a demo. Thank you very much once again. Thank you all. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Aaron. Up next, I want to introduce the founder of Resilience AI. It's a climate tech startup, and both Sandeep and his lovely co-founder Samita have built it together. Talking about Sandeep, who's pitching today, he's a fifth-generation farmer, and his disaster experiences right from his childhood is what inspired him, and both of them, to actually build Resilience AI. Over to Sandeep to talk more on what they're building and how they're also closely working with the government.
Hey everyone, thank you for coming here. How many of you have experienced a climate event, say a flood event? A raise of hands, please. Anyone experienced a flooding event? We see hands going up. Anyone experienced a heat event? I must say I was surprised when the flood event was only few, being in Bangalore. How about earthquakes? Anyone experienced earthquakes? Oh, that's significant. This has been our experience as well, me and my co-founder Samita. Growing up, I have personally gone through 2 flooding events in my lifetime, 2 earthquakes and 1 landslide. And the ferocity and the frequency at which we see climate events occur today, it has doubled over the last decade. So you are seeing increasing occurrence of climate events, which is resulting in large set damages, which are now significant enough that businesses and governments are paying attention to this. As a glimpse of what has happened in 2024, globally we have noticed 390 plus climate events that have created significant economic damage that was close to $400 billion. And with the pace of climate events frequency and ferocity, and close to $400 trillion worth of physical assets that are already built globally. This includes infrastructure, assets, houses, everything. The enormity of the loss is pretty high. And what happens when an event occurs? Let's start with basic things. Like some of you have raised hands. It's a localized event. When you have flooding, you are experiencing water flowing into an area which is not supposed to. That's step 1. When that happens, you're losing access to a location. It could be a business, it could be your home, it could be a place of work. When that happens, the business in which you're working in, it could be a factory where it's no longer accessible, which means employees who are around staying in a vicinity of, say, 10 kilometers, they can't get to the place. When business is not functioning, it creates a financial risk for businesses. In case of governments, it's a case of inability to service a community from a hospital. Eventually, it boils down to people who are consuming services from a physical asset or people who are living in an asset. That's how a damage which starts with 1 climate event percolates for a longer period of time, and it creates compelling reasons to care about it. And what essentially happens in a climate event is, while the impact is in one place, you not consider the entire impacts from a life cycle standpoint. And that's been our experience when we have ideated about Resilience AI as a concept, and what we have built so far is an industry-first resilience enterprise solution with the intent that we want to create a platform, a web-based platform, which is A, very reliable in terms of the intelligence it can offer. 2, it's integrated to existing systems. In enterprise, it's ERM. In case of governments, it's DRM systems. It's simple enough to comprehend. You don't need climate scientists or geomorphology experts to infer what we are asking for. And enterprise-ready platform. What we offer today in the market today, after close to running 40 plus different pilots over the last 3 years, and today delivering services for 10 plus paying customers across governments and private sectors, we can take a lat long of your location and create a hyper-local physical risk assessment for your locations. That's step 1. Step 2, given in a 3-4 day window, we could create custom-made compatible reports for you across different global standards, be it compliance with EU regulations or American regulations or Southeast Asian markets. We're able to generate that in automated fashion. And 3, if there is time and there is a need, we could help build your automated disaster management plans ground up. Conventional methods of creating disaster management plans would be a longitudinal study, which is a little over 9 months, or having a large group of experts coming in together. We shrink that period with a faster, better, cheaper capability and deliver that in a very short period of 4 weeks. Now, the platform offers you assistance across different stages of an event. Pre-event, we help you assess what is the likelihood of damage for your asset in case there is a flood or a heat wave or a cyclone. on a scale of 1 to 5, we would give you tailor-made information about your location. Let's say I'm running an operation across 40 different factories in the country. We are able to tell you with a high degree of accuracy of 90+% that these 4 factories of yours out of the 41 will have a higher impact in case of a heat event, versus these 3 factories are susceptible to flooding events and business disruptions. That's a granularity we can get to today. We also help you assess your existing policies in place and help you assess the compliance against different standards. Similarly, during event, we do trigger alerts. So these are some of the clients that we have worked with across both government and public sector clients, where we have primarily assisted in response planning as well as action during an event and post-event understanding the impacts that have happened. The market that we are focusing on has a sizable presence, and we noticed that there is close to $50 billion worth of opportunity that is there from a SOM standpoint that we can tap into, both on the public sector side as well as the private sector side. The whole journey that started in 2023 has evolved through the last 20+ months, where we have been able to bring in third iteration of the Resilience 360 platform and offer it to multiple stakeholders and different clients. We have raised a seed round in last year, 2024, and we are on our path to deliver and deploy more capable solutions and incremental intelligence into the platform. The whole magic is possible because of this team. We have seasoned industry metal tested advisors who are advising us on what is the right way to approach disaster risk planning. Then Samita and me, we are the co-founders who are taking that vision to execution. And the rock solid team that you see on the right is what is helping us achieve these goals. As part of a 3-month engagement with Google for Accelerator program, we have had stellar, multiple insightful conversations with researchers from Google DeepMind, product folks who have scaled products from 0 to 1 billion and help us navigate the thinking about PMF as well as understanding the messaging. The GCP ecosystem has helped us to experiment with newer case models, WeatherNext models being one of my favorites, where we have been able to suddenly open up the whole risk understanding to a larger extent and global scale. We have been able to launch a collaboration platform on our as a feature, which helps to integrate data across multimodal capabilities of Gemini 3. And I want to give a shout out to the team that has made it possible, Pranay, our SSM, then Farish and Anjali from the GFSA team, and our GCP account team members, Mayuri and Richie. I want to leave you with this thought. 2 examples. One, in the US, regions that were considered to be safe from flooding have seen flooding events which are not noticeable. So housing premiums have gone up from $3,000 per year to all the way to $14,000 a year. It's massively re-looking at what assets can you own and not own. So our goal as a vision is to build resilience at every step through our offering of Resilience 360. And as Amy Pope has said, we can continue to fund disaster response, but if we invest in resilience, we can reduce the cost involved. I leave you with the number. $30 billion is the total disaster relief efforts that were spent in India by central government, state government, local, and philanthropies in 2024. Thank you, everyone.
Thank you so much, Sandeep. Up next, we have SegMind. They're a media generation platform, and once you see their slides, you'll understand why. Talking about Shrey, who's going to be presenting today, he's the kind of engineer who'll optimize your cloud bill, ship a new model, and refactor your infra all before lunch. But over to Shrey to take it forward. So the Shrey you see there and the Shrey you see here is the same. So what he's told me is when SegMind hits 10 million ARR, that's when he's going to cut his hair. So let's all help him get there.
Thanks, Anjali. Hi, everyone. Since we are in the wee bit of this demo day, I hope everyone's here with us. SegMind, we are a media generation platform. We help automate media generation for startups, studios, and agencies. Developers and creators can access the latest media generation AI models via serverless APIs and build custom workflows on top of them using our PixelFlow product. This allows anyone to come, create, or edit media without worrying about the model deployments or infra complexities. Who here has used Nano Banana or ChatGPT or Midjourney to generate, edit images? I believe mostly everyone. If not, yeah, there's a booth outside, so you can go do that. But now imagine having to do this for thousands of images at production scale. That's a different beast altogether. Existing tools feel slow, rigid, or limited. And as such, automating media workflows across organizations still requires heavy engineering efforts. Everyone wants multimodal AI, but the current ecosystem forces teams to single vendor ecosystems or forces them to use duct tape pipelines that collapse the moment you scale or mix modalities. That's why businesses today are drowning in fragmented model APIs and brittle media pipelines. Enter Segment. So we are an end-to-end media AI platform which serves as a stable foundation for the visual AI media at production scale. This makes going from idea to prototyping to finished pipelines easy and quick. All the models in one place makes it easier for developers to discover the latest models and monitor capabilities. Our no-code workflow UI makes it simple for developers to iterate and develop workflow solutions. While generating, you can also choose from our collection of utility nodes to get the size, style, formats, and brands guidelines to consistently deliver the last mile and convert model outputs to actual production assets without having to fiddle with multiple platforms. Finally, everything is usable via easy-to-use serverless APIs or SDKs. Talking about the market, so visual AI has matured this year, and it's no longer a shiny new object. Virality and trends have given space, and now AI-first use cases like product photo shoots, fashion try-ons, catalogs, and even AI movie making are finally getting a go-ahead from creative teams. As we all know, the market has exploded and is expected to grow at a rapid pace. But what's more important is that this market is continuing to expand structurally because of two primary reasons. One is content velocity becomes increasingly important in this day and age for all businesses, right? Content is king. And second, with models getting better each day, the real blocker is not capability, it's adoption right now, which happens when you eliminate the operational chaos. So businesses today across industries and sizes are converging on one simple need, access to all state-of-the-art models and repeatable, automatable pipelines without getting trapped in single vendor ecosystems. And Segment sits exactly where that demand is compounding the fastest. As companies adopt more models and modalities, we've seen them naturally gravitate towards workflow-based platforms. Think of Segment as the operating layer for the media AI landscape. Over 35 partners, including Google, ByteDance, 11 Labs, bring the best models, and startups, content creators, and enterprises bring the real workloads. Our strength lies not just in hosting the breadth of these models, but also the ability to stitch together these models into high-value workflows that teams can rely on daily for production use cases, actual real-world use cases. And each asset is proof that the system works at scale. We count over 50 enterprises, including D2C brands, startups, and Fortune 500 companies as our customers who are already deriving value from our workflows. And going from idea to iterating on that prototype to solutioning in a matter of hours, not weeks. And running real workloads on top of these pipelines. So AI media generation is not a hype anymore. When a Fortune 50 company builds with us, it's because reliability, extensibility, and creative control matter much more than flashy demos or POCs. This is real proof of value. So we have a healthy developer ecosystem. We have over 7,000 users on our Discord, engaging with conversations about models, prompts, and workflow engineering. We are trusted by over 1 million users on our platform, out of which 50,000 are monthly active. What's exciting about these numbers is not just the size, but also the distribution across industries and sizes. So we did not grow through any one viral use case. We scaled because we believe we solve a universal pain point. Most of our enterprises customers have come in inbound, and all of our traffic has been organic so far. So we believe this proves that this is what the users want. The revenue model is very simple. We offer monthly subscriptions that can scale with pay-as-you-go credits. As teams scale with workflow, our revenue grows with them. This is what our product roadmap looks like. We launched PixelFlow late last year. For the future, we are moving towards enterprise security and focusing on developer experience further. making it easier, safer, and more secure to build, iterate, and deploy end-to-end workflows. One thing I'm excited about is the agentic capabilities, where we are turning workflows themselves into intelligent systems that can adapt, optimize, and co-create. So by the end of next quarter, we aim to evolve from workflows to autonomous media systems that can manage your media campaigns. Talking about the segment advantage, so once teams codify workflows into their applications, it becomes very tough to switch to a different provider. Our ecosystem and developers and partners keep adding new models which serve as reusable building blocks that compound in value over time. We have access to hundreds of ready-to-use workflow templates with prompts, configurations, and for high-value media use cases. They can be utilized via easy SDKs or APIs. Segmind has partnered with all the top names in this space and a few bespoke ones as well to bring you the latest and capabilities out there. Talking about the team, so I'm the CTO, and I've been dabbling with visual media since my college days. For the last 10 years, I've been scaling and building cloud infra, ML systems, and enterprise products. Rohit, who's here as well, he's a serial entrepreneur with 2 past exits under his belt. Both of us have lived the pain of fragmented AI tooling and understand how to solve for the next wave of builders. We've also got a diverse and rockstar engineering team. And Farhan, having led B2B sales and GTM initiatives at companies like Adobe and Microsoft in the past, is leading our sales and marketing initiatives now. So we believe we have the right team and the right mix to tackle this problem head on. We've just begun raising our Series A, so if you're interested or any of your portfolio companies need any help with media use cases, please feel free to drop by or reach me or Rohit. Happy to connect. Impact for GFSA, it's been phenomenal. I think we have iterated a lot of insights. Apart from the technical and design guidance, all of which we have incorporated into our website, we got access to the Gemini program where we are getting to know what's out there very early and very easily. So that's been a good differentiating factor. They've also helped us introduce to key personnel across sales, and we are exploring partnerships. And they also helped us draft a strong value prop for our marketplace listing. So special shout out to all the mentors who have been helping us with their insights and for their time. And thanks to Farish and Anjali for making this happen. Yep. We have a few exciting demos to showcase the possibilities, so do walk in. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Ray. Next, we have the startup Sortment, and we have Abhimanyu, who heads GTM, to do the pitch for them. So Sortment is a suite of AI agents that helps you run lifecycle marketing. So the idea is that marketers can actually focus on strategy rather than taking care of operational work. Over to Abhimanyu to take it from here.
All right, good afternoon, everyone. So I'm from Team Sortment. And I have a question for everyone in the room here. And that would be, how many of you actually open your marketing emails, right? It's that little promotions tab in Gmail where all of the brands try to reach out to you, right? If you're anything like me, you don't open it altogether. The last time I opened it was while making the presentation because I wanted some screenshots. These are some of the screenshots that I found in my promotions tab. These are very big brands, millions of users and everything, right? And if you focus here, you'll realize one thing. These are all very generic. Like I spend a lot of time on PlayStation, for example, and Blinkist also, but there's nothing personalized, right? And truth be told, that's the exact reason today 90% of marketing emails are never opened. So what do I do? Like anyone else here, I open Instagram and YouTube because there's reels and there's shorts and there's so much personalized experience. In fact, like in today's times, a feed is the best way to judge a person because it's so personalized and tailored to that person's interest. which naturally raises the question, why are marketing emails lagging so far behind? Because all of these corporations that I showed you, these are huge. They have so much data, right? So we started talking to marketers, and in the last 1.5 years, we have talked to like more than 1,000 lifecycle marketers in different companies, US, India, everywhere. And here's what we found. The reason most of these experiences that we receive, they are not so personalized is that the marketers, they want to do a lot of things. There are a lot of things to try. There are a lot of audience cohorts to explore. There are a lot of copies, creatives, messaging, different channels like RCS, push notifications, everything. But what we found out is they are bottlenecked. You see, marketing teams usually are tackling so many things at a single point in time that it's not possible for them to create the same level of personalized experiences as something like a YouTube Shorts, right? So we started thinking what we could do about it. You see, thinking about it, the whole process, while it's supposed to be easy, it has too many bottlenecks. For example, this is what the new process looks like. And if I'm talking about the usual process, it would be, okay, you are a marketer, you think of an idea, you go to the data team takes like 2 weeks to build an audience. Then you take that, you go to your creative team, they write a copy, they generate images, someone takes photos. You finally go and put it all together, then you QA it for another day. By the time you are done with that, that moment has already passed. Black Friday is over, no more sales for you, right? We set out to fix that, and this is how we are thinking of the future of lifecycle marketing in particular, with hyper experimentation, which is unlocked by trying so many things, so many different audiences, so many different creatives, copies, and messagings with them at one point in time, right? You open the app, you set the goals, you tell it, for example, I'm a SaaS platform and I want to increase my free to paid, right? The agents that we've set up, they'll go through all your data, how your users behave, and spot opportunities. For each opportunity, it will tell you what kind of messaging you can put in, what kind of creatives you can put in, and it will also QA that for you. It will launch the experiment, it will track it, and the next day when you open your app, you'll see that there's a line that tells you how did this campaign perform. How did the users react? How did the metric move? That's the experience that we are trying to build. So if you are Uber and you wanted to increase the number of new users who take their first ride in the first week, the same process will apply. Maybe there will be a discount nudge. Maybe there will be another nudge suggestion for the app itself, some push notifications. But the goal being that all the busy work that these marketers are currently engaged in right now, we want to eliminate that completely. There are 3 ways to use Sortment. A lot of these platforms have their current customer engagement platforms. We can deploy any of our agents there. These are strategy, content, QA, and everything. We can directly connect to their existing stacks. Companies are also free to take all our agents or use the full platform, which we are demoing at our booth. So technically, all the brands that are a part of this cohort are potential customers and would benefit from something like this. So it would be lovely to see you at our booth. This is what we believe will be the future of lifecycle marketing. Please see us at our booth. For more, you can visit www.sortment.com. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Abhimanyu. Next, I'd like to invite Anushri, who is the founder of Sparky AI. She's a 2-time founder, and in her previous stint, she was backed by Y Combinator. She believes that education is boring, so she's trying to make a change, and she's helping build a startup where they're focused on building English fluency. I'll let Anushri talk more on what she's building.
Thank you, Anjali. Hi, everybody. I told Anjali to say that we are making it as fun as Bollywood gossip, but she decided that wasn't good enough for this formal audience. Hi, I'm Anushri. I'm the founder and CEO of Sparky AI. Sparky AI is a conversational, voice-first AI friend for Bharat for spoken English fluency. The character that you see, the fox, that's the character that users can have voice-first conversations with. India's English need and English context is very unique. 100% schools in India have taught English for decades, and yet only 6 to 7% of India can speak English. So there is comprehension, there is some vocabulary, but there is very, very low speaking ability, and that is what we are solving with Sparky. We are a year-old company. We raised a pre-seed 7 months back, and we've grown rapidly. We have now 33,000 paid subscribers. We are at 3.2 crore annual revenue run rate. Even with a low price point, this is a very mass market product, so our price point is 250 rupees a month. Even with that low price point, we have a 30% gross margin, and we are almost at EBITDA break even. To understand what is the English market in India, there are a lot of misconceptions. People think that this is a tier 3 market. People think that it's a low income market, both of which are not true. Only 41% rich in India speak English. So 60% rich don't speak English, 91% upper middle class don't speak English, and it's probably 99% for the rest of India. Our users, we see 50% of our users are using phones above 20,000 rupees of value, and 50% are below that. We have paying subscribers for 490 cities in India, and yet 52% of our users are in the metros. Across sectors, across education levels, and across walks of life, English fluency increases ability to earn by 30 to 40%. We have users spanning very highly qualified, highly educated users like doctors, lawyers, teachers, as well as small businessmen, employees of SMB, somebody who works in a Kirana store, somebody who's a technician in a diagnostic lab, all the way down to Rapido riders and Uber drivers. They all use this product. The beauty of Gen AI, which is unlike any previous avatar of tech products that have tried to do EdTech, is that a Gen AI first product can hyper-personalize to the user, which is why so many different types of users are able to use this product. Middle income India is finally ready to pay for digital products. A couple of years back, this wasn't true. 490 million Indians now use UPI, and microtransaction and low ARPU digital products now have a very, very large market. A lot of consumer brands are now able to make very large businesses on microtransactions, so like millions of users, even with small ARPUs, can result in very, very large businesses. And we are also very excited that India is going to add 200 to 250 million new middle class users over the next 5 years, right? So this middle class user, which is aspirational, today middle class or the ones who will enter middle class are aspirational. They're trying to earn better, they're trying to live better, they want more respect in society, they're trying to fit into a better social circle. To all of that, English is very central, and that's what we are building. So it's a super large TAM. What is very interesting for us, and which is the point I was trying to tell Anjali, that we're trying to make it as fun as Bollywood gossip, is we think EdTech products have always been boring. And EdTech products require a lot of motivation from the user. It's like how difficult it is to follow a diet or go to the gym. You sign up for something like this in a peak of motivation, and completion rates for self-serve education products are usually very low because it requires the user to motivate themselves every day that I must go and do this. We are turning it on its head. We say it's not an AI tutor. We are building it like a consumer tech product. Additionally, English is not a subject where you have to learn knowledge. It's a skill that you need to use in your life, and the lives of these users are very, very diverse. What is the thing that they want to communicate in is very different, right? So they might be wanting to talk about some work, which they might be a lawyer talking about different types of work. Somebody else is a daily wage earner, or somebody else wants to talk about their children and their family, or a breakup they've had with their girlfriend. And we think all of that is fair game to learn English. Learning English doesn't have to be boring. We try to create a product that has a pull, and we're learning a lot from social media products and media products. That is what users have a pull to do. You open Instagram 5 times a day. Why? You don't have to motivate yourself to do that. How do we bring that to English learning is what we are doing with Sparky. So Sparky doesn't teach, but users learn. And we do this by doing interest cross-proficiency based personalization. There's lots more. If anyone's interested, I would love to talk offline about. But to give you an idea of this, somebody might be interested in cricket. You want to talk about the match that happened yesterday. Let's do that. You want to talk about Bipasha Basu's workout routine. Let's do that. And this is the product that collates your interest, the latest happenings in the world, and language learning scaffolding together to make it possible for users and make it easy for the users to do the kind of conversations they want in English. Across any conversation, I think these screens are, I don't know if you can really read, but across any conversation that you do with Sparky, language learning scaffolding exists all across. There's language learning support, like users feel like they're blank. So there's translation support, there's suggestive responses, there's immediate feedback, there is corrective feedback on what you said. But more importantly, the teaching part of it only happens in a hyper-personalized way. We don't teach till we identify what is the mistake you make most often. And for different users, that's different. So we only teach every single user what is relevant to them. I'm a 2-time founder. I've spent 10 years in consumer tech. We are a small 9-member team. We are backed by Better Capital and IMA Ventures, Shri Harsha Majeti. Previously Y Combinator backed. I'm from IIM Ahmedabad. We're currently raising a 2 million seed. We've raised a 250K pre-seed before. We're raising a 2 million seed right now. And we think this takes the business to 12 to 14 million ARR within 12 months. Through the GFSA program, it's been super helpful across areas, whether it's on marketing our app or whether it's the technology that we use, the models that we use. We've doubled our store listing conversions. We have much higher marketing ROAS. We have higher conversion funnels in the product. And we're also seeing significant cost optimization opportunities. So thank you to all the mentors who worked with us. And that's our contact details. We are available at our booth. Would love to talk. We're in the middle of a fundraise. Partly it's committed. So if this is interesting, I would really like to chat with whoever's interested in the next couple of weeks. Thank you.
Thank you, Anushri. With your pitch, they've understood you're building something more fun than Bollywood gossip. Up next, I want to introduce the co-founder of Superjoin, Vinayak. And besides co-founding Superjoin, he's also been engaging with Google communities for the last 6 years. He heads the AI community here in Bangalore and is also part of our Google TFUG communities. Now, Vinayak says that his official title at Superjoin is Chaos Brewer. He brews chaos in the morning and fixes spreadsheet hell in the evening. In his own words, you can call him the Batman for spreadsheets. Over to you, Vinayak.
Awesome. Thank you, Anjali. I was just discussing with the technicians backstage. If you see something because of the linen pans, dim the light. So I hope the lights are not dim. So I'm the co-founder of Superjoin. At Superjoin, we are building the most accurate AI analyst for Excel. Excel touches lives of 1 billion users directly and almost 8 billion people in the world indirectly. For finance folks, it's the operating system in the financial ecosystem. Unfortunately, or fortunately, Excel is broken. Everybody who's an investor here would recognize the love and hate relationship you have with Excel. Instead of spending time in actually doing things that you should be doing, which is understanding data, we end up doing grudgery of Excel, duplicating data, removing duplicates, combining files, applying formulas, verifying formula. In 2025, we should actually be doing things which makes our beer taste better, which is understanding what this data means for us. Right? The consequence of this is analysts in financial companies spend more time in checking for things, having accuracy issues, deadline slippages. Right? At Superjoin, we are trying to solve this problem. And this is not the first time there's an AI tool for Excel. The problem is most of the AI tools look at spreadsheets as a database or rows and columns. At Superjoin, we redefined this. We thought of it fundamentally in a very different manner. We think of spreadsheets as softwares. Every spreadsheet is a software in making. Just like in software, everything is related to each other. In spreadsheets, every table is interlinked, every formula is interlinked to each other. That's why we had to spend considerable amount of time to build this structural intelligence layer using our custom AI models. There are 3 parts to this. A spatial intelligence to understand where the tables are, what is the formatting of those tables. A hierarchical intelligence, which explains us what's the hierarchy of every formula, every row label in the table. And then the semantic understanding of the table. how tables are related to each other. This was incredibly difficult to do, and we had to rely on tens of thousands of users to give us real-world telemetry data to build this intelligence layer. Once we built this out, and then we started building these high-level primitives called AI XL agents. For example, an action agent, a verification agent, an analyst agent, which can work and can be tailored to every industry we go to. So here is a quick demo of how Superjoin works. This is a classic DCF model, which you might have built as an investor, or somebody from the finance domain would understand this, right? So I've just asked Superjoin to build a DCF model for Alphabet. It fetches the right information using a background agent, which is a data collection agent. All of this is done automatically. We go fetch the right 10Ks, go to the earnings call, get all of these details, and start working on this extremely complicated DCF model. If you can see, we've already created a bunch of sheets and started filling all of this. All these sheets, all the formulas that we apply, all the data that you see on the sheet is all auditable. These are not hard-coded values. Every number here reflects a formula if the data is on the sheet. If some data is coming from a PDF, we actually annotate the PDF and show you when you click the cell where this data is coming from. This is hours of work now condensed within minutes. The next, we are going to the finance ecosystem, serving venture capital firms, private equity, corp dev, investment banking teams, where this is a very, very acute pain. And these people have basically no price elasticity when it comes to helping them improve their productivity. This is the GTM plan. We want to go to venture capital and PE folks first, then move to corp dev and investment banking. I know a lot of you are investors here. If any of you want to try out the product, please reach out to me. We are outside. In the last two months, we have made considerable considerable progress because of Google for Startup Accelerator. We launched Superjoin on Excel. We had it up until very recently on Google Sheets. We finally have it on Excel. We have closed out key hiring, and we have also re-architected our backend to take it to V2, which helps us go to enterprises and solve these problems at scale. So the team we have in place is excellent. We have Abhinav, my co-founder, who leads product and tech. We have folks like Tushar and Akshat, who were ex-Amazon. And we are funded by Better Capital and a bunch of great VCs who have been acting as mentors as well. We already have considerable amount of revenue, and we are profitable as a company also. This, along with super large market, is the reason for, is something you can look at with Superjoin. Thank you.
Thank you, Vinayak. Just hoping I can get the clicker back. Thank you. Up next, we have the founder of Vani AI, Tushar, who's building this with both Nitesh and Nitish. And Tushar actually has quite an interesting journey. Before this, he scaled and started a popular tea company called Badnaam Chai, which meant he's got quite an interesting journey from chai to AI. And together with his founders, he's building Vani AI, where they're working on their own foundational model for speech. And they dream of a future where voice is the default interface of the world. So over to Tushar.
Thanks, Anjali. As we get towards the last end of all of the pitches, I hope you guys are still with me. I won't bore you. It's a 5-minute pitch. I'll respect the time, and I'll try to finish it. And to finish it in time, I'll only focus on problem today. I know there are business aspects, there is a pricing model, there is a GTM strategy. All of that we can discuss outside. We have a nice booth there. Today, let me only focus on problems as a research company, the problems that we are going to solve and how we are going to solve it. So most of you, if you are in a VC industry or in a PE industry, you must be familiar with the voice AI part and how it's booming up. And there are a lot of people building a lot of very good use cases. Most of them are solving contact center use cases. Somebody's building a sales bot, somebody's building a customer support bot, somebody's building a pilot, co-pilot, right? There are tons of people building tons of cool things, and there are already foundation models out there. And everybody knows that voice AI has a potential. So is it going to be simple, right? It's going to be simple. Like you just leverage those models and then try to build something on top of it, and that's it. You just capture the market, just spend so much money in sales and marketing. Is that how things going to be? Not. Because voice AI currently goes through a very severe issue, and that is exactly what I'm going to talk about today. The only way to build voice agents is the cascading architecture. The other way is direct speech-to-speech model, and it is still in its baby phase. So the only option all of the builders have today to build voice AI agents is the cascading architecture, where you combine telephony with a recognition system, with a reasoning engine, and with a TTS model. That's how the loop gets completed. And then there are 20, 25 pieces around it, which you need to build in order to make it better. So this is how it looks like. I'm just telling you a typical journey of how people build voice agents today. You start with a model, a foundation model, maybe a reasoning or a TTS model or an ASR model, but this is just voice. This is just reasoning. You need to orchestrate it. Just like how you talk with your friend, it's a dialogue, it's a conversation. In order to make that happen, you need some sort of an orchestrator. And in order to give that, you have companies like LiveCat and PipeCat, they'll give you the orchestration framework. But still, even after orchestration, problem is not solved. And then in order to make it usable, you'll need bot builders. What are these bot builders? There are many companies in the market. Some of the logos I've already included there. These companies will help you maybe write a very good prompt, will include human in the loop, will give you a RAG system so that you can infuse your private knowledge base and tons of other things, right? But still, there is a majority of problems which will still left address, and that is where you'll read reports from MIT that 95% of the pilots never move to production, and this is where they get stuck at. After this, in order to make it enterprise grade, you'll need an observability layer on top of it, the telemetry, the evaluations, and a tons of other things, which will make it an enterprise grade and really usable in the market. And then, of course, I'm not even talking about the research problem. Most of the systems today are built on top of single prompts, which is a mono prompt or a mono agent architecture. And real world is very complex. Most of the data models that we have are Western inspired. They're trained on Western corpus of data. If you try to take it and implement it in any sort of Indian use case in governance, healthcare, or BFSI, it is going to falter at tons of objections. And that is what we've been seeing over the last couple of months in all of our real world deployments. And in order to solve that, you'll also need to solve for research problems. So this is the problem. If any one of this piece goes haywire, your entire system will break down, and then you'll get stuck in POC or the pilot stage. This is what the problem is. How do we solve this problem? We just abstract it out with few lines of code. This is exactly what Stripe did for payments industry. We are going to do that for the voice AI industry. Any developer don't need to take 10 different APIs from 10 different places and try to stitch it together, right orchestration, optimize it, and give it an implementation cycle over the couple of months. You don't need to do that. We will handle all of that complexity. We'll abstract it out. You just need to use our API and SDK. So this is the block that you see on the screen. This is what we are doing. But not only that, what we are also trying to do is we are going a little bit below in the value chain. We're also going a little bit in the foundation layer. Apart from the infrastructure, we're also solving for the research challenges, and we are publishing research papers on it. These are the very real challenges, like how do we take turns? How do we talk to a person in the same fashion where it switches 3 languages in between? Once I'm talking in English, and then मैं हिंदी में बात करूँगा और फिर मैं मराठी में बात करूँगा, right? So there's always a mix of languages in India, and there's just one challenge. How do you solve for multiple challenges in order to make it work? That is where all of these research initiatives come in. You solve for that, and as well as you build a foundation model which can power this infrastructure. So we are currently building our own foundation model. It is a text-to-speech model, expressive enough. If you have ever heard about the company called 11 Labs, they've cracked the code when they tried to make that voice expressive enough, but only for English and a couple of very popular languages. We're trying to do the same for multiple Indian languages. In India, there are 2-3 companies like Sarvam, Murph, and Smallest. They're trying to build it, but nobody has cracked the code because it is the data bottleneck. Unless and until you have a very high quality data, it is very hard to build a foundation model on top of it, and that is what I'm going to talk about next. We abstract all of this out, and the way people can use our entire infrastructure is through these channels. If you are a system integrator, if you're a developer, use our APIs. If you are an enterprise, just use our forward deployed engineers and you get custom deployments. If you're a product manager, use our GUI software, which is a SaaS platform. These are a couple of ways that people access our infrastructure in. And the last piece of the puzzle is how do you build a very good foundation model which is expressive and empathic enough, and how do you solve for the data? The hypothesis is, rather than optimizing on data and the quantity and quality of data all the times, why can't you go back to your desk and solve for the architectural challenges? Rather than solving for and putting more and more resources in data, you put more resources in novel architectures. So we have come up with a couple of very novel architectures, and we have gotten very good advisors in order to lead that particular effort. That is helping us build this particular foundation model. And what we have seen in early result is the same speech model, which is trained on 100,000 hours of data, it gives the similar output to our model, which was trained on just 5% of that data, which is a 5,000 hours of data. So that is the power of a novel architecture. We are also going to publish a research paper on this soon. So this is all about the problem. This is how we are doing as a business, particularly having 40, 45 conversations every month. We are converting around 20% of them every month. And we have not even launched it in a self-serve platform. These are all custom engagements so far. I'll just skip this part. This is how voice AI as an industry going to evolve. We are in 2025, and most of the implementations that you're going to see now is in customer support, sales, and all of the contact center automation tools. But eventually it is going to evolve. You're going to see a lot of co-pilots, voice-assisted journeys. Soon, you are going to order food from Swiggy with voice. You're going to book cab from voice, and a lot of other transformations that voice will be able to do for you. And then eventually, industry will evolve. This is the top-notch team. 80% of our team comes from the research background. I myself have done masters in reinforcement learning. So has my co-founders who's present here. As a last bit, we are going to raise $10 million in our seed round starting March next year. And we're happy to chat more about it. We have a very nice booth outside. Let's chat. Thank you so much. And yeah, as a last part, we are soon getting listed on a GCP marketplace. And Google has also provided us with 3 crores rupees worth of GPU compute, which we are using to train our model. So thank you, Google, for allowing us to do this. Thank you so much, everyone.
Thank you so much, Tushar. Next up, we have Video SDK. Both Arjun and Sagar have been building this out of Surat. Perfect. Over to Arjun. He's actually the founder and CEO of Video SDK, where they're building the real-time voice AI layer for the next generation of conversational agents. He's been coding since 10th grade and still loves debugging latency more than writing pitch decks. Sorry for making you do this. Here you go, Arjun.
Thank you. Thank you, Anjali, for the introduction. Hey, hi everyone. Myself Arjun. I am one of the co-founder of Video SDK. We are a real-time agent infrastructure, basically. So we help companies to build real-time AI agents that can see, hear, and speak. So, I mean, considering the fact, right? I mean, there are a lot of voice AI companies presenting today, including from MyWonder to Vani to Sparky, right? AI has enabled or gave us the opportunity to unlock a programmable voice infrastructure, right? And now most of the interface for any application is becoming more of a voice. But one of the major problem, if you see while building this voice AI application is, it fails at a scale, and it fails to do human-like conversation. And one of the fundamental problem is multiple components attached to it, be it your user speaks and it goes to your telephony or your application, and then you convert speech to text, you give it to LLM, and you then convert text to speech, right? And in this whole fundamental, you wanted to achieve some kind of goal, and you wanted to make sure that there is some personalization to it, right? And then there are 3 major problems. One is you typically do interruption, right? So humans are really good largely while taking care of interruption, right? We think and speak at the same time, while voice AI does not. Second major problem is hallucination, and the third and the most important is latency, right? I mean, if you're not able to cater latency really well, the voice AI doesn't sound human. That's exactly what we solve with Video SDK. We are a voice AI infrastructure company, which basically stitch this whole pipeline from your telephony to application and help you to build, experiment, improve, and observe this voice AI agents. And largely, we have built this infrastructure on top of C++, SFU. This is a proprietary technology that we have largely built in-house. How does this work is, imagine you have a platform which could be your WhatsApp AI, telephony, your browser, or even your physical IoT devices, right? This devices directly get connected to Video SDK infrastructure where you can deploy your agents on premises, if it is a compliant industry, or at the cloud, right? This helps you to build agentic workflow, being a tool calling to your memory, to your vision problems, to even, I mean, some of the fundamental problem is like if you're running a large or a time-consuming task behind the scene, it basically informs user constantly to make it engaging and interactive. And out of the box, this helps you to observe each and every provider. So if you're using Gemini, you're using 11 Labs, DeepGram, or any other model, you can literally compare, benchmark, and evaluate it. Like what was the latency, what was the time, how it has gone live, and then what kind of improvements it has done. We have been doing this for last 8 to 10 months. We have 2 million plus daily active users on the platform. So far, consumption of this year is 1 billion plus minutes we have processed, specifically when it comes to this part of the business. Our server uptime is best of the best, 99.99% benchmark across the globe with 80 ms latency given. We have 300 plus enterprise customers, including Grow, FiMoney, Bandhan Bank to ICICI Prudential. This is one of the case study of where we helped companies like ICICI Prudential to automate the journey from policy underwriting. So the journey starts from your telephony call, calling to customer. It goes to your web screen. While opening this web screen, it checks liveliness check as well as the face matching of a customer. And then it helps customers to complete this onboarding journey and keep it to the closer. Now, this whole journey priorly was powered by 500 plus BPO folks at the ground level. And now it's 100% automated with Video SDK. And I mean, the completion rate is 96%, right? So it's massive. And they've reduced cost, I mean, largely by, almost 10x of what they were spending so far. One of the major things that it helped them to do so is also reducing the fraud, specifically while doing this verification, right? I mean, considering the fact of using the vision to make sure that it does have an understanding of risk analysis at the same time, liveliness check, or even making sure that the right face is doing this journeys. We typically compete with any AI orchestrator across the globe by, I mean, on a low code, no code side, it's more of retail WAPI of the world, while on the programmable side, it's more of a live kit, pipe kit. How do we differentiate specifically in this vertical is most of platform is prompt engineering, RAG-based platform, or more of open loop infrastructures. While we are more of a closed loop infrastructure, I mean, designed specifically on the alignment modeling. So which technically helps you to just write single prompt is that, you are a helpful agent. Everything else is a part of the alignment modeling where it takes each and every step. While considering the fact, like, delivering the solution for compliant industry is one of the major pain point. If your agent speaks something very random, it affects your brand if you're a public limited company, right? That's where we typically come into the picture. We are an infrastructure designed for compliance, security, and privacy. The team includes, myself, I take care of product and tech, Sagar, who handles growth and marketing, and Vikram is here. He's our head of business. We have a booth outside, and then we'll be happy to meet you and spend some time. This is one of the demo. I'll showcase you. This is the Gemini Live integrated with Video SDK, and I'll also showcase, right, how Gemini Live performed on the browser without Video SDK.
Let's understand why WebRTC is better choice than WebSocket, especially when you are using platform like Video SDK. So I'm connecting this Gemini model directly through their playground, and let's see how it's gonna perform. Hi, can you describe what is WebSocket in one sentence?
WebSockets provide a persistent bidirectional communication channel between a client and a server over a single TCP connection.
You see, it is working absolutely fine, but what happens when I change this network to a 3G network? So let me reconnect this again. Hey, can you describe what is WebSocket in one line?
Web is a call that provides a consistent directional communication channel between a client and a server for real-time
You
data
can see voice
exchange.
broking.
It's not working as fluid as we would expect. Let's see the same model when we are using video SDK. The condition is same 3G network, and let's see how it's gonna perform. Hi, can you tell me what is WebRTC in one sentence?
WebRTC enables real-time communication in web browsers. Is there anything else I can help you with?
You see, with video SDK, same Gemini model perform better even in 3G network. So it's ideal for you to use a platform like video SDK if your user doesn't have a good network condition.
So this basically solves a problem typically whenever your model stays across the globe and your user stays the other way around. This model is deployed like somewhere in US, right, Gemini, and then the user is in India nearby Mumbai. Right? So you can see the distance covered. One of the major thing is none of the public internet is used over here. So this is 3-hop network going from your Mumbai server to your Europe server to your US server, which typically reduce the latency across. And this is what we specialize. And this is not just for web. This could be a telephony. This could be a mobile device infrastructure where you're building applications, or even physical AI where you're integrating this with your IoT, with your robotics, or with your wearable devices. So we got a lot of help from Google Accelerator program. One of the major help was optimizing this specifically on the media for GCP. We have built our own inferencing engine on top of Gemini, provided it as a default platform largely, which helps developer to reduce the friction to get started with voice AI. We have hosted on-device Gemma for a lot of companies to make sure that it delivers private and secure conversations on their infrastructure. And we got a lot of mentorship. I would like to thank you, Faris, Anjali, and Rahul. They helped us really well. It has been a lot of meeting that we did with them. Apart from that, I also like to thank Dhanasri, our account manager here, and she helped us with a lot of GTM efforts and partnership with organizations who are trying to build voice AI infrastructure across the globe. Thanks a lot for your time. Hopefully this makes sense. We have a booth outside. We would love to catch up with you and exchange a note. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Arjun. And now we have the last startup for the day. Last but not the least, unfortunately, they're not able to join us in person. So we're going to have them over Gmeet. So the startup is Fort AI. And as the name suggests, they're a photo editing tool. We've got Akshit, who's the co-founder and head of AI, on call with us. Akshit, hope you can hear us.
I can hear you.
Perfect.
Shall I start?
Just give us a second. We're just pulling you up on screen as well. Perfect. Yes.
Okay. Hi, everyone. This is Akshat from Fort.ai. Fort.ai is a creative automation platform for e-commerce and brands. Now, I am Akshat Raja. I am the co-founder and I lead the AI piece, along with my other two co-founders, Anish, who leads the product and the tech, and Venus, who leads the business and the GTM. We go way beyond. This is our third startup together. We have been working together for the last 8 years now. Now, today, in e-commerce, every brand wants three things: higher CTR, ROAS, faster go-to-market cycle. They want to reduce their time, and they want to reduce their cost of creating creatives at scale. Now, but there are a few challenges today. The velocity they want to operate at, that's not there yet. They have to spend a lot of time in doing the A/B testing and creating a lot of creatives. The conversion is there. They know the conversion for their creators, but they don't know what is causing that conversion. They don't know the conversion at an asset or a layer level. They don't know what font, what color palette, what media asset is giving them what impact are they putting it on the conversion layer. And then, because they are deploying multiple tools, multiple platforms to create and optimize these creatives, they end up incurring a lot of cost and the process is a little slow for them. And on top of this, there's a whole lot of burden that gets up through the marketplaces. Every marketplace looks different. Amazon and Myntra look very different. The compliance that you have to follow to be compliant on Amazon is very different compared to what you have to follow to be compliant on Myntra. And so you have to take care of all these considerations. And then again, having a structured process for doing A/B testing on your creatives, setting up that right environment wherein you close all other attributes of your creatives. That environment also needs time and energy to set up. Now, how do we end up on this idea? Me, Venus, and Anish, when we were building AppyHi, our last startup together, we bootstrapped that startup and scaled it to a level where we achieved more than 700 million plus downloads in 5 to 6 years period of time in a complete bootstrap manner. And we were building mobile apps. We were building apps for Bharat audience in the space of utility and productivity. And there were a few things that we did that really gave us good returns. We were regularly updating our listings on Google Play Store and App Store. We were regularly testing out different marketing angles for our apps. We were regularly doing A/B testings on screenshots, on app icons, on titles, on text copies, on keywords, everything. And we realized the science is very powerful of playing on creatives and content. But all of that, what we achieved, we did in a very hard manner. We learned all of that in a very hard manner, wherein we were doing all of this in a very manual. We were deploying a lot of tools to achieve what we did. And there we realized that it would be great for people to have a platform that could do this at scale for them. And that's how we ended up building Pod.ai. Now, I'll just take an example of one use case of an e-commerce, a very popular use case of, let's say, product page creation. We can say any marketplace, and let's see how does a seller starts and what all he has to do in order to create a good-looking, conversion-friendly PDP page, a product listing page. Now, the first thing that he does is that he sets up the guidelines. He sets up the right brand guideline, a brand kit for his own brand. He sets up the guardrails for himself, and he sets up the guardrail coming from the marketplace also. The next step is that now he starts generating the data. He starts figuring out the right keywords for his products. He might be going to third-party data providers that could give him keyword level analysis. He will go to he might do competition level research also. He will figure out the right target audience for his product. He will do basic product shots for his listing. After this input data is ready, now he will go to another tool that could generate right text copies for him. He will create SEO-friendly content for his product page. He will write text copies, title, description. He will fill out the right attributes for his product. Every marketplace, again, will give him different set of attributes. He will figure out the right content for every marketplace, figure out basically all the text piece for that product. After that, when he wants to go to start finalizing the creatives, he'll go to a design studio like Adobe or Canva, where he will put up his basic product shots, his guidelines, and then he'll create all those creatives manually. He'll create headshots, white background shots, lifestyle shots, maybe some creatives, some infographics. After that, when everything is ready, then he'll move to the marketplace where he wants to list. There he will set up all the visuals, the carousels, the videos. If he wants to stand out, he might have to spend time and energy on setting up the A+ content. He will set up the right text copies and everything. Once the storefront is ready, once the listing is live, then he would start doing variations and A/B testings on keywords, on titles, maybe on imagery. Then he will use further tools to analyze the results of those A/B testings, and then so on and so forth. He'll keep on doing all of that in a loop. This process is just for listing one product. And then imagine if you're a seller who runs a lot of SKUs, who wants to do ads also on different marketplaces. Imagine the time and energy and money he's spending on doing all of this. And that's where a lot of, there's already a legacy creative stack which is there today, which exists, on which people work. But there are some gaps at every level. There's an Adobe way to do things, which gives you 100% control. But then again, It's very time consuming also. And then setting up the right context, the onus lies on you. You have to do all of that thing. And there's a learning curve also. There's a Canva way, which is pretty fast. It's very much templatized, but then again, the onus is on you. The Canva does not know the marketplace. They does not know the guidelines. They does not know your brand guideline. They does not know what creators have worked well in the past, what tonality has worked well for you. So the onus of setting up the right context layer is on you. The same is the case with Nano Banana and other models also. The models are improving every day. They are very good in some aspects, but again, the onus of setting up the right context layer, the onus of setting up the right guardrails is all on you. And that's where Ford.ai comes into the picture. Ford.ai, think of Ford.ai as an army of agents, as your employees. There is one agent that we have is called an intelligence agent that sets up the right knowledge base for your product. So for every product, it will read your product description, your images. It will read the top competitors of your category in your marketplace. So it knows what works for your category. What is the best practices that your competition is doing. It knows the guardrails set by you and the compliance set by the marketplace. So it sets the right knowledge base for your product. It also has access to the third-party databases through which it could fetch the keyword level intelligence. It knows what keyword has what search volume, what competition on what geography at what marketplace level. So this is one agent that sets up the right knowledge base for your products. Then comes the strategy agent. This is the agent that works as a marketing director for you. He will set up the right target audience. It will identify the right target audience for you. It will also figure out the right marketing angles that your product should be tested on. So, and basis that, it comes up with a strategy for A/B testing, for identifying your target audience and all of that. The next agent that comes is a design agent, which is your in-house graphic design team, which will work as a graphic design team, which will use all of these state-of-the-art models and will generate creators for you. One thing that we are really proud of is that the way it generates creators is very much, they generate in a manner in which you have a lot of control over the generation. They generate it in a layer by layer manner. So it's not a zero-shot image generation or a diffusion-like generation model. It generates layers and then it embeds all those layers into one creative. So in an A/B testing, if you want to change just the text copy, it will freeze all other layers and change just the text copy. So the design agents are trained very well to render all these elements onto a beautiful creative layer. And then last part, last agent that comes is the optimization agent. These are the agents that now will attribute the conversion at a layer level of your creator. So it knows what tonality, what font, even the font style, what text copy, what color palette works well for you and what not. And then it changes those, does those A/B testing on those attributes that needs to be changed, and then gets the right feedback and then does that for you in a loop manner. So that's how Ford.ai agents work for you. Now, these are some of the listings that our partners have generated. What Ford.ai is being able to do is that now the sellers are able to better use the real estate that is given to them by the marketplace. Now, they fill up more attributes, product attributes, so they have a higher chance of ranking well. Now, the keywords are selected very intelligently. If you are a new seller, they will pick a low competition or a medium level competition keywords for you. They will not go for directly high competition keywords for you if you're a new seller. So it knows your history, what is it, where you rank today, and where you should target. And even the imagery, if you look, it's not just random lifestyle shots. There's a science-backed strategy that is built for you. And it will follow that strategy and generate right set of keywords for you, right set of creatives for you. And our partners have been getting very good response, getting very good improvement in their add to cart rates also, while using the listing optimizations on Ford.ai. And people who are generating ad creatives, sellers who are generating ad creatives and using these different marketing angles and using the strategy generated by the strategy agent, they are also seeing a lot better ROAS on their ad creatives. Thank you for giving me this opportunity to present. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Akshit, for joining us virtually. Now we're finally done with all the 20 startup pitches. For the ones who are still in the room, thank you so much for being patient. We're not done yet for the day though. So up next, I'd like to invite Karthik Padmanabhan. He's heading developer relations and the developer ecosystem for India. He's been with Google for close to 10 years. He started his entrepreneurial journey back in 2007 when he co-founded an IT career school. And not just that, he's also founded Yash Farm Stay, which is a space for sustainable living. But over to Karthik.
Thank you, Anjali.
Karthik.
Thank you very much. So good evening, and I kind of standing between you and freedom, I guess, after a lot of work during the day. I want to thank you all, and I want to congratulate you all for having concluded an amazing demo day. Please give yourself a big round of applause. I know it's not easy to stay the course, to make those pitches, come pitch, look for responses. I've been there. I've seen many cohorts. Me and Farish and Paul and the rest of the team have seen demo days. It's always butterflies. How many ever pitches you make, how many ever demo days you participate, every time you prepare for it, you deliver. It's always butterflies in your stomach. So again, thank you very much for participating and making this particular AI First GFS Accelerator useful for you and very, very useful for us. So I just wanted to touch upon two key points, right? So you are very fortunate for running a startup in this era of AI. The AI revolution is out there. Even in a span of 2025, right? Just few months back, the kind of leapfrog AI is taken, right? So how many of you remember Gemini CLI launch? Okay. So were you all in the accelerator cohort, or you're kind of applying for it? Applying for it? Gemini CLI launched? Okay. And then we had Nano Banana, then we got upgraded to Gemini 3.0, and then now we have anti-gravity. All this span of 5-6 months, you have such a revolutionary change as far as AI is concerned. And all that makes your job even more. Actually, people will say your job will become simpler. It's not going to be simple. Your job is going to be even more tougher, even more accountable, even more responsible, because you need to really understand your user needs. You need to understand how you're going to go about solving the problem. Before going about solving the problem, what that problem actually is, right? You need to really understand at a deep level. Only then these models can really be of use. So it becomes even more critical for you to really get into the depth of what you're trying to solve and how you can actually scale that using all these AI models, right? So that becomes a very, very key focus area for you all, because on the contrary, people will think it's going to be easy, but I personally believe fundamentally your job gets even more complex because you need to be able to make the best out of these models, right? These models is available for everybody. And for you to have a competitive advantage, you need to really be able to figure out what, at a deep level, how this problem is going to look and how the solution is going to happen, right? So you need to have a very, very intrinsic understanding of this particular problem, whatever areas which you guys are on. Second most important area is where I think Google can go ahead and help you is that how do you keep in touch and build this relationship and help this community grow so that you can always tap into this community. And so that's why we have the Google for Startup Alumni. It's very, very important that you become part of the alumni network. We have a very, very vibrant alumni network. We had a alumni meet a few months back, and we plan to keep having that on an ongoing basis. It's important to be part of that network because you all know if you're a part of a network or build a community and be part of a community, the network effort takes in. So it becomes very critical for you as startup founders or running startups, or looking for business connections, you're looking for mentorship, you're looking for tech help. This being part of this amazing community really helps. So I seriously urge you, encourage you all to sign up for the alumni, Google for Startup Alumni Network and be an integral part of it. With that, I want to thank you all once again for staying the course with us, and wish you all the very best, and I'm sure that we'll be in touch. And this is just start of a beginning of an amazing journey. And through this alumni network, and most importantly, as we get into this journey together, we'll have more opportunities to work together. With that, thank you very much, and have a great rest of the day. Thank you.
Thank you, Karthik. I request you to stay on stage. So all the 20 startups, this is our way of celebrating with you. There's a small graduation moment. We will call each of you on stage. So the teams that are here, please come in, and we'll give you a small memento from our side. So Karthik, you'll also be on stage to give it to them. We'll start off with Adya AI. So if the startup team for Adya AI can come on stage, that'll be great. And let's all clap for all the startups, please. Sorry, if you can also come here so that we have the startup logo as the backdrop for the photo. Thank you. Thank you so much, Shaik and Archana. Next up, I'd like to invite Ignosis. The whole team, please. Thank you so much, Rakshit and Divyansh. Up next, I'd like to call the AI Stealth team. A round of applause for them, please. Ashwin and Dia. Next, I'd like to call the Aptel team on stage, please. Perfect. Thanks so much. Up next, I'd like to invite the DView team. Yes, round of applause, please. Thank you, Supratik and Kot. Next, I'd like to call the KNIT team. Anyone from KNIT here in the room? They're probably busy networking. Maybe we can move on to the next startup then. Millie team, is anyone in the room? Chirag? Looks like everybody's just talking to VCs today. Okay. Next, if somebody from the Miser team is here, please come to stage. Oh, Miser is here. Perfect. Thank you, Arpita. Next, if we have the My Wonder team in the room. Please notice their My Wonder t-shirts as well. Murali, Venkat, and Shrey. Next up, I'd like to invite the Orbo team if they're in the room. They're probably busy showing off Magic Mirror. Next up, I'd like to call the Protector team. Looks like the Orbo team is back in the room, so let's invite them on stage. Manoj and team. Thank you, Abid and Manoj. Next, Pulse, if Haran is here, perfect. Thank you, Haran and team. Next up, there's Resilience AI, if Sandeep and Samita are in the room, and Sheshadri as well. Yes. A round of applause, please. Thank you. Next up, the Segmind team, if they're in the room. Segmind, yes. Thank you. Next up, Sortment, Abhimanyu. Thank you so much. Next up, Sparky AI, we've got Anushri and team here. Next up, Superjoin, Vinayak and Anubhav. Perfect, thank you both. Vani team. Yes, they've also come with matching t-shirts. And next up, the video SDK team. Perfect. Are there any other startups in the room that weren't here when the memento was given? Yes, please come on stage. We've got the Millie team here. We'll just get your logo on stage in a second. Anybody else? Thank you, Chirag. I think the knit team has also just walked in. Perfect. We'll just get your logo up in a second. Yes. Perfect. Thank you so much to all the startups. Thank you to Karthik as well. We are almost at the end of the demo day. Last but not the least, I want to actually invite Farish. He leads all of the AI startup programs for India for Google, and he's actually the brain behind the Accelerator program. So all the impact you saw where all the startups said Google did this, Google did that, it's actually all him. It's just that he doesn't like to be all front and center. So thank you to Farish for making the Accelerator program happen, and over to him to wrap up for the day.
Ask her to not to embarrass me on stage, but I think she decided to do that. The last thing before we sort of wrap up, I mean, what an amazing presentation by startups. Kind of impact and everyone sort of made significant impact over the last 3 months. And it would not have been possible without a bunch of a village of people who has been sort of supporting this program, while some of us are face of this program. So we'll talk about that. Before that, as you know, this event is one of the official pre-summit event of AI Impact Summit, which is going to happen as a second edition of the Global AI Summit in India, hosted by Government of India in February. This is one of the series of pre-summit events that Google is hosting in partnership with India AI, Government of India. So we are so proud to sort of do it along with that, and thank you, India AI, for the partnerships. So as I mentioned, we'll start with some gratitude. This would not have been possible without the team. Everyone who is in the room from the team, please stand up. There is a lot of sleepless nights goes into make it something like this. Probably it looks like it's a big team behind this. It's a very small, tiny team who's trying to do this every year for last 10 years. So thank you so much, everyone from the team, for doing everything that you're doing with a lot of passion. So big round of applause to everyone from the team. And folks from the team, please stand up. I think most of them know you guys, but everyone please, some of them are still outside doing their work, but yeah, big round of applause to them. And then the backbone of this program, the Startup Success Managers. For those who don't know what is Startup Success Managers or SSMs, these are people who's doing a full-time job at Google, but taking 20% of the time to support the startups. So each of the startups are assigned to one SSM. So each SSM will have 2 startups, working with them over the last 3 months and helping them to navigate within Google and provide the support that required, whether it's connecting them with someone at Google, making sure that they find the right mentors, or even sort of navigating within Google, which is very complex when you're a large company, right? So big round of applause to all the SSM. While this is not their core job, they'll still decide to do this because they love to work with the startups. And all the SSM, please stand up. I know some of you are in the room. I can see, but you're not standing up, so you have to do that. Yes, and I'm sure the startups will agree that, okay, they all add a lot of value to the startups, what they do. So thank you so much for taking out time. I know all of you have a very busy schedule last quarter, but you still decide to take out your 20%. On paper is 20%. I know its work is actually beyond 20%. I really appreciate what you're doing and what you've done for the startups. Last but not least, our mentor community. It's very hard to put that in a single slide. So thank you so much, the mentors. Some of you are in the room. And these are, again, same as SSMs. These are both Googlers as well as external mentors who do this for pro bono, take out time from their busy schedule, and from different teams within Google, and as I mentioned, from different companies. And they've been doing it consistently over the last few years. And they do it again with a lot of passion. Thank you so much, mentors, for contributing to this program and doing what you're doing. Without you guys, I think this program doesn't exist. We always say that Google for Startup Accelerator is a mentorship-driven program, and you all sort of make that happen. So thank you so much, everyone, for doing that. Last but not least, before I talk about the feedback, there are a bunch of experience outside. One is there is an exciting demo booth by e-startups. Please go and try out. I mean, you'll be blown away by the solution they build. You can check out live. I mean, whatever you've seen in the screen is not some ideas. It's realities outside. So please go and check it out. Try it out. Give feedback. Try to see if you can sort of use in your daily use case as well. There is also Gemini Nano Banana Pro, Google Nano Banana Pro demo booth. You can take cool pictures, get that printed, take it away as a memory from the event. Whether you are sort of sitting in the beach and enjoying the view or whatever you prompt you want to give, try out the Gemini Nano Banana Pro outside in the booth. And lastly, there is also pictures of these events. There's a lot of candid moment. Our photographers has been taking it. So you can get that right away when you want to share it about the event outside. So we have a QR code on the tables. So if you scan that, it's also powered by one of our alumni startups. So scan that and get your picture, and you can share it instantly. Sorry. And last thing, feedback. We really need your feedback. As I mentioned, all of us put a lot of effort in doing this. We want to make sure that your experience, both as a startup, especially as investors and guests who took time to be here throughout the day, really appreciate you. You've been sort of engaging, talking to startups. Everyone who sort of came out today, please, share your feedback. It really helps. And there's also a catch. Once you fill out the sorry, I'm not sure if it's still live streaming, but this is not for the people watching online. But people in the room, if you scan the QR code and fill the form, show that in the registration desk. There's some gift that we got for all of you, something related to bananas and all. So there'll be a lot of bananas today. But please do scan this QR code. Take a picture. You don't necessarily have to do it right now, but before you go, just show the confirmation, and then our team will sort of give you the, some special gift that we got for all of you. And same for startups also. Before you all leave, sort of make sure that you collect your swags. So while you take a pictures and do that, we are going to take a group picture, and with that, we are going to sort of wrap it up. If I can ask everyone to come on stage, I think this side, and take a picture. That'd be great, but in case if you want to take a picture of the QR code, you can do that meanwhile. And also, let's get the bananas on the stage. I think that'll inspire more people to come and take pictures. Yeah, I need the bigger one, not that small. Yeah, let's get everything. Please come on stage. I can't.